Hey everybody, Froggy Stonks. Nothing I say is financial advice. Welcome to AMC HYMC Twitter Spaces episode 29. What a day, what a day. Got the space call up and running. I'm going to put the mic over so we can get started once the room fills up. Put you back on the charts. AMC's ripping 6%. HYMC's ripping. Ripping, baby!
How's it going, Spence?
It's going good, man.
Everything golden, man?
Bro, Pet Gold Rock and Amy look like asshats today. Mark rang the T0 bell. Freaking AMC, HYMC pumping.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good, that's for sure.
It is a good day, regardless of gains. Good, positive things happen today.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I just got back from the doctor. I got a clean bill of health, so I'm ready to go. Let's go, Moas.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Let's go, baby.
Woohoo!
Woo! Moas music.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Froggy Stonks. Twitter Spaces episode 29. We got Jen, Paul, the one, and the crew. AMC up 6%, HYMC up 9%. Fuck the shorts!
Woohoo!
Let's frickin' go. Shorts are fucked.
If you guys could, please tweet out the call so everybody can see it at the top of the feed on Twitter. We are 5 minutes from closing bell. Still looking very, very bullish.
You see that scam that's going on with the AMC token thing?
Yeah, that's been going on for a hot minute. The AMCX? Or no, the token overseas?
Yeah, I said I was wondering if Chad's pushing this out.
Yeah, well, that's actually a thing. You can actually buy it, and it's in no way officially tied to AMC, but it's like some other country's form of going, yeah, you can buy it, but it's going to be in this token form, but it's not official. I probably would not buy it. Now, if AMC would have done a T0 security token, there might have possibly been a chance for those said countries to buy an officially licensed AMC tokenized security. So,
Oh my God, how come no one's ever brought that up? That's genius,
I know
man.
it's a
That's
novel
genius.
idea. I came up with that idea right now today.
Well, let's tweet that out, man. Let's get that rolling.
Yeah. Well, the really good news is Sonic 2 is already up to 141 million globally, and Fantastic Beasts uncovers 57 million in early advanced tickets. That is freaking awesome, man. Super pumped about it. And then let's see, open interest. HYMC April 14th. 250 calls, 50,143. $4 calls, 20,000. $5 calls, 12,000. And $7.50 calls. The open interest is 10,510. I am absolutely blown away by the setup of it right now. We just did a perfect 2-day cup and handle. The handle piddled off right as AMC was spiking. So something's going on between the two stocks. I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling it's short sellers trying to balance their failure between two stocks now instead of just AMC. I think Mudrick, Sprott, and Adam Aaron are probably not only recording all the fraudulent information that's going on so they could file some type of class action lawsuit together as shareholders and not CEOs, which I think is really beneficial. But we'll see tomorrow if there's not some kind of big whale buy order to push 250 in the money, which then we will ramp from 250 to $4 $254 and $750. There's over 70,000 calls, open interest. It's just wild.
The 250 call, isn't there like 50,000 or something like that? Or maybe it's more than that. Gosh.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, this thing's gonna explode tomorrow. I'm excited.
PJ thinks she's gonna hide down there and not speak.
I invited her up, so I can try again.
I wonder if Bam, the investor there, if that's what he's leading to in this tweet.
Yes. You know.
Hi guys, sorry, I was just chilling out for 5 minutes. Coming home from work.
There she is.
Hi.
Hey, BJ, how you doing?
Hi, Paul.
Hey,
Hi, guys.
girl.
I am so excited. I think that, between what's happening with HYMC, between Bam's posts, between, Astro's posts, everybody's posts are so positive. And did you guys see True Demons DD today? I think I shared it in the group. Amazing DD. Everything is pointing to a run on AMC, a big one, and I can't wait.
Oh yeah. HYMC too?
Mo ass, baby. Let's go.
And you know, it's funny you mentioned Bam, Paul. PJ pointed me a couple times, DM me and said, Bam retweeted what you were saying. And I'm like, oh, no shit. So I think
That's awesome.
Me and him tend to think alike in what's happening with the stocks right now. And like I said, you know, with AMC, when we were pushing Adam Aaron and he come out and started saying things like, you know, the security token might be illegal and whatnot, it is a lot harder for a CEO of a company to come out on record about stock fraud. You saw what they did to Patrick Byrne, but now that he is an investor, he is the CEO of a company that invested shareholder money into HYMC. Him and Sprott and Mudrick can get together legally and present evidence in class action against market maker fraud together. That way the SEC isn't sitting there with their lawyers that are waiting to get their Citadel jobs. They can go out, and now AMC is now the hedge fund. Now they can go out, buy the big lawyers, make the big gains off the lawsuits, and play the big game, man. I love what they're doing.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I know you brought something up on a tweet about that, but yeah, it makes sense to me. It really does. I mean, there's nothing holding them back from trying to get the SEC involved or the DOJ, however that works, and start doing it. I mean, I think you're right on. And once they expose that, then it opens up their own companies, you know?
Well, hell, now they band together and hire old SEC lawyers to go to do it for them. All they got to do is go to court, file with the SEC, and then go to court and said, we're being the victim of massive stock fraud through Citadel, White Box Advisors, and anyone else. But now the conflict of interest is gone. So pretty pumped. That's my tinfoil hat anyways.
But you know what, guys?
Rapid goal, buddy.
We couldn't have asked for a better turnout. If anybody was going to tell me that this was happening this time last year, I would have been like, you are so tinfoil hat. Get away from me. Go eat your crayons. Okay, that's how crazy. That's how crazy this is, but it's happening. It's crazy.
Hell yeah. I feel we did the DD this past month really hard. We had a lot of calls. People had a lot of faith. The charts look good. The FUD was strong. Amy and Pet Gold Rock look like absolute fools today reposting that fake Elon Musk news.
Yeah, let me explain to everyone here in the room real quick. I tweeted this morning that HYMC was listed on the threshold list, which actually, it's been, I guess, 22 days now, 22 trading days. But anyways, okay, so Pet Rock Miner, he replied saying, quote, too bad about that lithium though, huh? And then with a link to a fake news article that Tesla acquired LTUM Lithium Corp, which is 100% false. Even Unusual Whales tweeted something this morning or a few hours ago confirming it was fake news and all. And you guys, this is just a classic case of short and distort, which is considered securities fraud, and it's illegal. It's freaking illegal. This is what we got going on here with these guys. Well, Amy and the short sellers. Nothing but fraud.
They
Nothing
can
but
keep
fraud.
putting their bullshit up, and I'll just keep recording it because
Yeah.
I mean, some of you know my
Guys.
background because we've been hanging together for a long time. I'm not nothing against hair salon stylists. Let me make that perfectly clear. I really support the salons and the hair places and a good barber and licensed beauticians. They go through a lot of work to get their licensing. But if you're going to be a butthole on the internet, then I'm going to say maybe you should have a little bit better of a background than a hairstylist before you start pushing stock bashing. So, and some of you guys know my background. I've I've been around the block, so.
Hey, you guys, did Amy and that crew start sharing that news? Was that them?
And they wouldn't delete it.
So did they create that? That's what I'm saying. Do you think they created that?
I can't say if they did or not, but if you pump fake news and then you're told, hey, this is fake news, you should delete it, and you deny retracting the article due to its falsehood, you
They
are
never
then in
deleted it.
fact stock bashing.
Wow.
Yeah, deleted it. Again, it's the classic case of short and short. It's
And
legal.
you know what I think though? I think, and this is my tinfoil hat crayon eating theory, I think that there's a long that was mad at a short. It's definitely that article was definitely placed by someone, and they knew exactly what they were doing.
Oh yeah, they knew because they watched the hype that we had online yesterday.
And this kind of tells me, no, I'm talking about the Tesla. Yeah. So this kind of tells me that some longs knew that some shorts were having a very difficult time, and they made it worse, and they did it on purpose. That's what I think, and that's how that came about. Because why else would that happen? And
I agree.
As you know, things don't just happen on accident around here.
Because they're buttholes.
And you know what, too? Not only that, but like, okay, the never-ending targeted harassment to some apes in our community, like, myself, Spence, Tara, PJ. I mean, like,
well, and
that's a whole other thing. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
This is my response to that, to them always DMing me and harassing me. No, I will not make out with you.
Like that part.
I don't know.
I hope you don't want to make out with that man, Amy. I mean, I'm only kidding. That's bad. Sorry, guys.
I don't know, but this Corona tastes really, really good today. So
Corona sounds good right about now.
Corona Premier.
It actually does sound good.
Hey, Spence, stop looking at me, Schwan.
Yeah. Shampoo is better. No, conditioner is better. Ugh. Stop looking at me, Schwan.
For those that didn't realize or recognize, what Spence said in his response was actually just a straight quote from Billy Madison.
Thank you. I don't think people got it.
Well, there might have been some people who did that aren't up in talking or listening, or who are down listening. But I needed to make sure that everybody knew that was a specific reference to a specific movie, and I responded in kind.
I appreciate that, Jay Brett, and that's the quality of the type of people I like to hang out with. So you're very much appreciated up here. I was thinking the one keeps sending me a bunch of Star Wars stuff because I'm a huge Star Wars geek, and I got to send him back the Kermit the Frog Palpatine video because it's really great. And he's just like, "Are you threatening me, Master Jedi? It's treason." Then.
Wow.
Ah!
You actually have a really good Kermit voice.
Thank you very much.
You ruined it there. You had it going, and then you had to try and restart.
I had to take a drink, dude. It's so dry in Albuquerque right now. My voice has been in and out. And the chamisa is blooming.
What is chamisa?
That's some shit
And
that
do I
grows in the
wanna know?
mountains that's horrible.
Gotcha. Are you allergic or something?
Oh, yeah. I'm getting over it finally now after mass injections of honey into my body and
Oh, yeah, nice.
dosing allergy medicine at nighttime, which really helps me sleep really good, actually. So
Yeah, and for people who didn't know,
That's what I hate about allergy meds, like get you really drowsy and stuff. Yeah.
Well, one thing, a lot, Spence, you brought that up. I don't know how many people know, but the pollen from plants in your local area that bees will use to create honey will actually help your immune system not to respond essentially to allergens. So if you get local honey and you have allergies, and it's a plant-based allergy, taking honey will actually help with your sinuses.
Yep. I learned that a long time ago. Because I do not like to take allergy medicine. Personally, because it makes me so drowsy if I have to take it during the day. But
yeah, I'm kind of the same way.
let's see. I'm trying to go over. Swing brought up a really good point in a message earlier. I want to pump the shit out of weekend movies this weekend. There's a lot of spring break families, like Swing mentioned, but you have so many movies coming out. You have Sonic 2. You have freaking Secrets of Dumbledore. What else is there's still a ton of kids movies out too. Let me double check. I'm trying to bring stubs up right now. Father Stew for the adults, The Lost City, Ambulance, which I heard was pretty good. I think Paul told me it was good. Batman's still ripping. If you haven't seen Uncharted and you want to see a good, clean action thriller kind of fun movie with notable characters,
and a video game movie.
Yeah, but I'm also going to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think it looks really good and didn't get enough hype. It's like a multiverse movie.
Yeah, I thought that looked pretty good too. It's on my list of things that, like, if I get the chance to see it soon, I will.
If we get a chance to this weekend, we might go see Uncharted. So
It's
depending on a few things, but yeah.
I really enjoyed it to the same amount of level that I enjoyed, like, I thought it was better than National Treasure. It was like an Indiana Jones cocktail Pirates of the Caribbean feel. But if you guys go to the movies this weekend, take a picture and tweet it, man. We need to get back to pumping the movies. The gold hype went so crazy, and then this LMNOP thing really took away from the trending value of AMC. We need to absolutely go to the movies, buy the product, pump the movies, do a review online without throwing spoilers on new movies. Take your red carpet pictures, everything, man. We need to get back to doing that. Pam never stopped. Pam's still doing it. Be like Pam.
Oh yeah, she's always posting like almost like every other day. It seems like I noticed, she's at the movies enjoying it, and everything. And I think that's a good idea, and whenever my husband and I get out to see the movies, we at AMC, we're always taking pictures. I'm always posting stuff. So I think it's a good thing to do. So, and it's fun to take selfies, right?
No, I make random strangers take my photo for me.
You give your phone to a random stranger?
Oh, yeah. I'm always packed. I heard they like to suck penis from the back, too.
I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
Hey, your portfolio looks pretty shitty today, Jen Criffin.
Oh, just wait till tomorrow. Everything's going to be red. It'll be beautiful, and I'll be eating Happy Meals and streaming movies from my home theater.
It's going to be green. You're going to get smacked on options, and you're going to be at home eating mayo out of a jar with your dirty thumb.
Everything's going to be red. I'll be smacking Gasparino's ass in my home movie theater. Streaming movies from my home theater.
It's going to be green. You're going to get smacked on options, and you're going to be at home eating mayo out of a jar with your dirty thumb.
I'll be smacking Gasparino's ass in my home
This got
movie
awkward.
theater. That's all I have to say about that.
Nobody's laughing because we all believe you.
I'm laughing.
I'm not laughing or responding because I'm packing. I've got to catch a plane tomorrow, so.
Right on, man. This
That's-
got awkward.
That's all I have to say
So
about
we
that.
got... Nobody's laughing because we all believe you. all these movies out this weekend.
Laughing.
I'm not.
I'll say too, man. I've been telling a few people lately.
I just gotta catch a plane
Stubs,
tomorrow, so-
AMC Stubs
Right
is
on,
totally
man.
worth the money, you guys. If you go
So we
to more
got
than 3 movies a
all
month,
these movies out this
it
weekend.
pays for itself, and the
I'll say
points
too,
is
man, I've been
ridiculous.
telling
It's
a
something
few
I
people
really
lately.
recommend.
Stubs, AMC Stubs is totally worth the money, you guys. If you go to more than 3
Yeah, I'm
movies
actually
a
considering
month,
doing that now.
it pays for
Expense.
itself.
Because I've just
and
been
the
watching so
points
many
is
movies, it's been
ridiculous. It's
worthwhile.
something I really
We've got so many
recommend.
good movies out, and we've
Mhm.
got such a slate for so many more good movies that I think it's just worth it for the upgrade. Yeah,
I just canceled my Netflix like I don't know however many months ago because it's one of the top holdings of the enemy, so I don't give them
got
any
some
money.
good movies out.
I don't use the products of any of the top holdings of the shorts.
I think it's just
I pull all my money,
I just
or I
canceled my
pool all my
Netflix,
money
like,
into
I
my
don't know
credit
however many
unions. I do
months
not
ago
use
because
big
it's one of the
banks.
top
Big
holdings
banks
of the enemy,
can use your
so
money
I don't
on the
give them
book
any money.
to look like
I
they're meeting
don't
their
use
margin
the products
requirements.
of any of the top holdings of the shorts.
We gotta quit giving these fucks our money,
I
you
pull
guys.
all
That's a
my
big
money-
thing. You know, AMC
All
Bigums
right, I
and
pool
Kate,
all my money into my
Cat
credit
Striker
unions. I do not use
brought it
big
up last
banks.
week.
Big
They did a really
banks
good job on
can
that.
use your money on the book.
If you have
to
to
look like they're meeting
use
their
a big
margin
bank, I get it.
requirements.
All right? I'm not harassing you,
You gotta
but
quit
if you can
giving
get
these
to a
fucks
credit
our money,
union,
you guys. That's
you'll
a
be
big
much
thing. You know,
happier
AMC
anyways. For the
Bigums,
most part, credit
Kate,
unions have always been better than
Striker
any big bank.
brought
so.
it up last week. They did a really
But
good
if
job
you
on
have
that.
no other choice and you have
If you
to use a
have
big
to
bank, I
use
reach
a
out.
big
I
bank,
can
get it,
recommend a
right?
few.
I'm not harassing you, but if you can get to a
Yeah.
Hey,
credit
Spence,
union,
you know,
you'll
Fidelity
be much
does the same
happier
thing,
anyways. For the
right?
most part,
With,
credit unions have always been
with
better
their
than any big bank.
whatever they call it, their
But if you have
money
no other
market
choice
account where
and
your
you
money
have to
rests
use a
between
big bank,
trades.
I can reach out. I
Yeah,
I
if
can
you have
recommend
cash
a
in your
few.
account.
Fucking
Yeah.
Spence, you know, Fidelity does the
That's
same
hard to
thing,
get away from
right,
if you
with,
get, you know, any brokerage. I'm
their-
sure multiple
whatever
brokerages
they
do
call
that.
it, their
But
money
just
market
alone,
account
4
where you
Yeah, but-
million,
between
4
trades.
million eight.
But
Yeah, if you have cash in your
you
account.
do at least earn interest on that money that's sitting, you know, in your account.
That's hard to get
So
away
there
from
is that.
if you get, you know, any brokerage. I'm
Oh.
sure multiple
Oh, yeah, for
brokerages
sure.
do that.
But you do earn interest, but
just
they're also,
alone,
Yeah,
4
but,
you know,
million, 4 million
borrowing it
apes.
too. But that's okay. I mean,
You do at least
it is what it
earn
is. It's the way it
interest on
works, right? I mean, it's the way of the
in your
world.
account. So
Imagine
there
like
is
4
that.
million apes, 4 million AMC
Oh,
Oh, yeah, for
investors,
sure. But you do
which
earn
let's say
interest, but
a
they're
median
also,
of $4,000 in their
borrowing
savings,
it, too.
which is
But
pretty
that's
low,
okay.
I think, for the state, for
It
the
is what it is.
average.
It's the way it works.
All
right?
pulled their
It's the
money
way
out of the
world.
big banks and put them in
Imagine
credit
4
unions so
million
that
apes,
liquidity was
4
gone for
million
Bank of
AMC
America or
investors,
whatever, or JP Morgan.
which
I
let's
read an
say
article
a
that said
median
JP
of
Morgan was taking a
$4,000 in
40%
savings,
loss.
which
Did
is
anybody
pretty
else see
low, I
that?
think, for the state, for the average.
That's fun.
Wasn't that
All
all
pulled their
credit?
money out of the
Definitely
big
fun.
banks and put them in credit
That was
unions
credit,
so that liquidity was
credit
gone for
write-downs,
Bank of
right?
America or
Credit
whatever,
card,
JP Morgan.
let's.
I read an article that said JP
No, I
Morgan
think
was
just like
taking
pure
40%
credit,
loss.
like loaning
Did anybody else
money.
see that?
As
That's
far
fun.
as I
That's
was,
credit.
I mean,
Definitely
it
fun.
was surface, so I haven't really dug into it yet. But it seems like it's related to like yields off of loans, particularly around things like you know, securities, bonds, and whatnot.
I mean, it was
Given that the yield curves are swinging around.
It seems like it's related to like yields off.
So I posted something up top there. It's not really 100% related, but it's a long read. So if anybody's interested, you know, just try to save it. But it's about who makes the most income in America and what taxes they pay. It's really, really well done. I mean, wait till you see all the hedge funds and Ken Griffin and everyone else. I thought it was a fantastic article. So if you guys get a chance, have a look at it.
Income in America and what
I
taxes
definitely
they
make
pay.
the most, and I can
It's
tell
really,
you
really
firsthand
well
I
done.
pay
I
almost
mean,
no
Wait
taxes,
till
so
you see all the
I
hedge
can
funds and Ken Griffin
validate that.
and everyone else. I thought it was
Actually, you are in there. You are in there. Your
You guys
picture's
get a
up there
chance, have a
too,
look
bud.
at it.
You're damn right I am, and I look good. It's a great picture.
I pay almost no taxes, so I can,
Well, that's
I can
subjective, but
validate that.
I look
Yeah, I was going to say.
Actually, you are in there. You are in there. Your picture's up there too, bud.
You're
Oh,
damn right I am, and I
100%. He's been
look
looking
good.
really
It's a
rough. It doesn't
great
look good at
picture.
all.
I am old. I'm immortal.
Well,
I drink
I mean-
baby blood every night. I
Yeah.
look great.
Yeah, I was going to say.
almost just spit my
Bad
fucking beer
vision.
out.
Picture from before January 2020.
Adrenochrome is the way. Invest in that.
Oh,
Invest in
100%. It's been looking
adrenochrome.
really rough. It doesn't look good at all.
I
You're
am
the one that
old.
got
I'm
to Epstein,
immortal.
aren't
Well,
you?
I mean,
Baby blood every night.
yeah.
All right,
Almost
you
just
can
spit
drop
my
me
fucking
down.
beer
I
out.
have to go.
All right.
Adrenochrome is the way. Invest in that. Invest in adrenochrome.
I'm glad he's stepping down. I thought he
You're
was
the one
going to
that
have
got
to deal with
Epstein, aren't
my fisticuffs.
What's
Well,
up,
my left
Mike?
hand's called Pro, the other one's called Pain. You don't want to run into my propane, I tell you what. I'm glad he's stepping down. I thought
What's
he was
up,
going to have to
Hank?
deal with my fisticuffs.
Hey.
I tell you a couple things are up.
What's up, Hank?
My stocks, HYMC's up, AMC's up, but you know what's not up? Ken Griffin and his. Well, I'll keep it PG. Okay, I'll just leave it there. I'll tell you a couple things are up.
I think we figured that one out. So
my stocks, HYMC's up, AMC's up.
PJ, what did you originally want to talk about for the call?
Well, I'll keep
when
it
you
PG.
DM'd me?
Okay, I'll just leave it there.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was just looking back
I think we
to figure that out because,
so.
you know, I'm crazy during the day and I might drop these bombs and then completely forget about it 5 minutes later. But
PJ,
so I wanted
what
to
did
talk
you
about,
originally want to
because
talk
I really
about
do,
for the
and
call
no, this is
when
not
you
financial
DM'd me?
advice. I don't know why I feel like this,
I'm glad you mentioned
but I really do
that because I was just
think that something's going to happen
figure
soon.
that out because, you know,
And so
I might drop these
with
bombs
what
and
we
then
saw
completely
on March
forget about it 5 minutes
29th,
later. But
I really want to be prepared, right? We need to know exactly what we're going to do when they halted again, which everybody knows not to do anything, right? They halted again, and when they take away the buy button. We need to understand what went wrong last January when it happened, and do the complete opposite so that it doesn't come crashing down the way it did when they took the buy button away.
Well, everybody panicked.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. It's like we can't panic sell this time. We can't even, like, they take the buy button away. In my mind, we're going to the damn moon. And even if we were on the moon already and they take the buy button away, we're going to Mars. Like, that's the way I've been thinking.
Right,
And
so that's
I just want to make sure that, I don't know how to say it, but that we fully understand
in my mind,
what they can do and what the outcome of that was the last time and what the outcome could be if we act differently and we respond to it differently this time.
If they take the buy button away again, I'm going to be taking a field trip somewhere. I'm not dealing with it again. It's so absolutely 100 corrupted. It's just so illegal. I will not stand idly for that one.
And we respond to it differently
Not again.
this time.
If they take the
Did
buy
you
button
guys
away
cover
again,
the
I'm gonna be
AMC
taking a
Coin
field trip
Shenanigan
somewhere.
BS?
I'm not dealing with it again.
That was
It's
the
so
next thing I was going to bring up. The
absolutely 100
AMC
corrupted.
coin.
It's
You'll
just so
do what you
illegal.
want. I don't like
I will
it.
not.
And I
I
won't
will
do
not
it.
stand idly.
Do you know what it's about?
Not
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not from anyone from us. Like the account that
AMC Coin
stated they started it. So I think it's
That was the next thing I
the
was gonna
AMC
bring up. The
token.
AMC
I think is what the
coin.
account
You'll
is.
do
But if you
what
look at the
you
account,
want.
it's
I
like
don't
they got 10K
I won't
followers.
do
But if you look at it, it's all
Do you know what it's
like
about?
bot followers. Like they purchased the followers.
Yeah,
it's not
I mean,
a real
it's definitely
account.
not from anyone from us. Like the
And then
account
Yahoo
that
Finance put out like
stated
an
they
article
started it, so I think
stating that like the ape
the
community
AMC
or
token,
something. I forget
I
how
think
they
is what
worded
the
it,
account is,
but
if you look at the account, it's like
I
they
think
got
a lot of the
10K
people are
followers, but if
on
you
it
look
that
at
it's
all
something not from us.
like
So
bot
just be
followers, like they
cautious.
purchased
Don't
the
get taken
followers.
advantage
Not a
of. Yeah,
real
Cat.
Complete ripoff.
Yeah,
And then
Kat
Yahoo Finance
posted something
put
a couple hours ago. I just pinned it to the top of the call if you guys want to take a look.
like an article.
So just be mindful. I would avoid it if not financial advice, but I don't think it's from AMC. Would be my guess.
Yeah, Cat.
And it just seems
Kat,
I would avoid using like the
something a
hashtag
couple
as
hours
well.
ago. I just pinned it to the top
Well,
of the call if you
AMC
guys
needs to
For
file
AMC.
some kind of copyright suit against them.
So
Well,
just be
I don't
mindful,
think because it's not exactly like their logo, they changed the A. So it's like they definitely changed it enough
would be my guess.
to where it's not like a copyright infringement, but as far as like the name infringement, like possible, I don't know what they can
Well,
do with that.
AMC needs to file some kind of
It's just weird though, like
copyright
that
suit against them.
Yahoo Finance would post a
It's not exactly like their logo. They
And
changed
an
the A.
article. I was
article.
just
So
going to
it's
say
like
that
they definitely
again.
changed it
This
enough
is crazy.
to where
Are
it's
they
not
not?
like a
I
copyright
mean, these
infringement, but
people
as far
are
as, like, the name
finance
infringement,
editors and copywriters.
possible,
Are
I
they
don't know what
not
they can do with
checking?
that.
They're not fact checking.
It's just
What
weird
the
though,
hell
like
is
that.
this? How many
Yahoo
people got
Finance
robbed
would
already?
post
This is sick.
Wow.
uh,
That on
Crazy.
an article.
the AMC coin, whatever, on Twitter.
This is
They have like
crazy?
10K
Are they
followers,
not-
but they
I mean, these
blocked. It looks
people
like they
are
blocked
finance editors
Cat
and
Stryker. Or wait,
copywriters. Are
or
they
no?
not checking?
This
They're not
is so
fact-checking.
messed
What the
up.
Maybe
heck
she
is
blocked
this? How
them.
many people
I'm
got
not really
blocked
sure.
How in the
already?
world?
This is
I'm
so
sorry. I'm so
That's
angry. I thought it
crazy.
was just,
The
you know,
AMC
like I
Coin,
thought it was just
whatever, on
us
Twitter,
sharing it around.
they have
I
like
didn't
10K
realize that
followers,
Yahoo
but
did a
they
story on it.
blocked. It looks
This
like they
is
blocked
unacceptable.
Cat Stryker. Or wait,
Insane.
And this
Oh.
has to be brought to the attention of the SEC immediately. Yahoo cannot, and they're the same people that, immediately shared that FUD, that fake news with Tesla. This is unacceptable. If you're going to call, these finance journalists have to hold themselves, or someone has to hold them accountable for this idiocy. Who the hell was at Yahoo saying, "Oh yeah, this sounds good. Let me share it"? No. I'm sorry. It's so bad.
I'm pretty sure that Apollo Global owns a significant stake in Yahoo Finance.
We can't hear you swing.
I said that I'm pretty sure that Apollo Global owns a controlling stake of Yahoo Finance.
And who are they short? Which one? AMC, GME, both?
I don't know. I'm just
More often than not, Apollo Global actually doesn't really do much equity investment. They do LBOs, leveraged buyouts. So it's very likely that a story like that benefits a narrative for them that causes a stock to be, or a company to be put into financial stress, because they come in and to financially stressed companies, they offer them loans at ridiculous rates, or will take them private, and then they'll, gut the insides of a company. They'll take out, layers of management, and they'll take out, they'll fire people, layoffs. Because go look at Rackspace or Claire's. Both of those are very good examples of what Apollo Global does. Has done for 20 years.
Is that be quiet, Ken? So is Apollo Global like a little icon?
Maybe, I don't know. They might be as big because they're huge. They're really big.
Okay.
And they've been at the they've been one of the the apex predators in that sector for 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah, since the 90s is when they kind of rose to their level of prominence amongst other LBOs.
They recently bought Verizon Wireless's media division as well.
Oh God.
So they can spread FUD that way.
Fun times.
Maybe after the DOJ is done with them all, they won't be able to do this anymore. That's my hope.
I would like to point out that, when was it Warren? It was Warren and somebody else had come out and they named names. Oh, it was Bernie Sanders. That's right. When Warren and Sanders did that press conference a while back, there were two big companies that they named. One of them was BlackRock, which we all know. The other was Apollo Global. That should let you know just how bad those motherfuckers are and just how much attention they've garnered in a negative way. So, yeah. Oh, and once they're done, essentially cooking the books. I mean, it's not really cooking the books, but it's as close to it as you can be without it being illegal. But basically, they make all of the accounting books look good, and then they'll dump it on a re-IPO back on the market, and then they'll trim their positions slowly over time to get out of the stock. But basically, when they dump a stock back on the market, it tanks. Again, look at what happened to Rackspace after they took them private in, I think it was 2017, and then they re-IPO'd them, I think it was last year, and the stock precipitously went down immediately after they got dumped on the market.
This AMC token looks like a massive fraud. I'm not going anywhere near it. I don't know.
Yeah,
We
I
need to
wouldn't.
shut
why
it down
would you-
fast, guys.
Why would you even attempt it knowing AMC is making a crypto?
Yeah, it is just it's
Well,
it's
that's
stupid
why
is what
they're
it is,
doing it.
but
That's why they're doing it. They're hoping to catch people.
yeah.
Like, I mean, so when you see any of these tokens or coins pop up due to some, tied to something popular, most of the time somebody's going to try and be fraudulent, particularly in the crypto space, because there's just tons and tons of fraud in that space since it's just highly unregulated right now. So, my caution to people, if they're going to be crypto investors now or in the future, is do your research. Do lots of research. Don't take people's word on Reddit or Twitter or whatever for it. Go to their website, read about it, read their white paper, then go and find a bunch of people who've been in the space for a long time who've also looked into this and decide, what do they have to say about it? Get the other opinions on it, and then make a decision for yourself. But most of the time, a lot of these like tiny ones, there's like no logic or reason in the coin's existence. It has no utility, and when you don't have real utility, one that's straight up talked about as like this is the core functionality of this token or whatever, and here's why it provides benefit to everybody. Like if they don't have a very strong utility response, then it's probably a scam.
Yeah, AMC's
just my 2 cents, and the fact that I've been in this space for like 7 or 8 years.
AMC's been talking about doing a film crypto all year. Why would you even? I almost guaranteed it'll be the next rug pull. The fact that Yahoo Finance pushed it, it's garbage.
Yeah, and I'll take your 2 cents, Jay Brett. I'll take your 2 cents anytime, man. You're too smart to not. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that, Paul. I would have responded faster, but I was folding a shirt.
What's up, Sue Ray?
No, I was just going to say, I'll bet you $50 that a cease and desist order already went out from the corporate lawyers today, and I'd bet you 100 if it didn't go out today that it goes out tomorrow on that.
Yep. Even if they change the font and whatever, they're still playing off of AMC theaters in its movement. So this is just my opinion. I already made a tweet saying I think it's fraudulent. I'll have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Has anybody like tagged Adam Aaron in it and asked like, "Hey, what's the deal with this? Have you reached out to like, what do you think of this, and what do the lawyers think about this?"
A lot of people did. A lot of people did, Jay Brett. I've been seeing the tweets go across. Everybody's like tagging him. I tagged him and AMC Theaters on it, and I said, like, what's going on,
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. As long as it's been, like, reported to them, I think that's probably enough at this point. The only other thing we might be able to do is maybe go to, like, investor relations and reach out via email and be like, hey, this hurts the company and the stock. Let's, get them to stop this.
And the shareholders, too, yeah.
Well, I said the stock, right? Which I was implying the
Oh, yeah, I
shareholders
guess.
in the stock.
Yeah. True, Jay Brett.
But yes, you're very right. It hurts the shareholders, which, hurts all of us. It hurts everybody in this play.
And then they stole the Avengers A too. It's just like a complete fraud, man. It looks like they hired Gasparino to brainstorm this thing and then had Yahoo Finance pump it. It's cringy looking anyways. AMC token. See, there already is another token too, somewhere overseas. Not like a crypto, but a securitized version. And it's all garbage, man. The more I look at it, the more I just laugh. What's up, Evan?
Hey, I was just gonna say, I just noticed Satoshi Kusama, the Shiba guy, just tweeted out something about AMC.
What?
Are you kidding me? Can you share it?
Yeah, I'll share it right now.
Why can't I find it?
Yeah, Evan, if you could pin it to the top of this call so we can check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, if this is true, I'm telling you, I am so hyped.
Well, I said the other day, I really hoped that if AMC did do a crypto, they based it on the Dogecoin blockchain.
Okay, I just did it.
I'd be really happy about that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was actually going to say something else, and then I just refreshed my feed, and that popped up, and I was like, all right, I forgot what I was going to say.
Hopefully he's discrediting that token.
I was going to say, hopefully he's not in with the token.
Yeah, right.
Alrighty, that's it for now.
Can't I view the nest? I hate it.
This is totally bullish. That tweet is bullish. There is no reason why he would say that. I mean, we take AMC. I mean, AMC takes SHIB. SHIB knows. They know, and I bet you he knows that a lot of money from the AMC squeeze will go into SHIB, because I'm sure it will. This is crazy.
Find me in the AMC Theaters Discord. Figured I'd make some new friends while I wait to see if my SHIB IO bids hold up. That's cool. I was thinking of the Dogecoin guy, but still awesome. So I got a serious question for everybody.
That's Billy. That's Billy Marcus is the Dogecoin guy.
No, he hates sheep.
Yeah, he's not a big fan of sheep. I mean, I don't think he really hates anything except for things that are like outright scam tokens. I think he.
I guess he just more hates like the bad part of that community, I guess, which I'd never really seen besides just bots.
Well, I think what he really dislikes is the fact that there's a lot of these tokens out there that have shown up, recently that have all pumped and made a bunch of people, multimillionaires. And Billy didn't make a whole lot of money off of Doge because Billy sold a lot of his Doge years ago. So, and he did it for fun. He did it for, he didn't do it to make money. He did it just for shits and giggles. And so, like, he's a little salty about that. But at the same time, like, he also has been in the space for a long time and understands that, like, a lot of people get hurt with stuff like that. And he doesn't like that sort of stuff. I don't know how to describe him other than, like, he's a very stereotypical tech nerd guy. Because, like, he used to work at IBM. He's a programmer, very similar to me. And I think really what he wants is the same thing that, a lot of us want, is to get away from things like central banking and fiat currencies. So, like, yeah, he did that for fun. He didn't ever expect it to make any money, and he sold all of it a long time ago because of his. At the time, he was not able to pay his bills, so he doesn't have any Doge left over, and due to Doge's popularity in terms of mining and other things like that, like, it's not like he could get back into it and make a decent chunk, because you're going to be far more profitable mining Ethereum than you would mining Doge at this point. So I know he holds a significant chunk of ETH, and I know I think he also mines ETH. So I think that's where he's made a chunk of his money that he has. But I also don't think he's retired and living that extravagant, coin creator millionaire lifestyle.
Hey guys, real quick, if you could, again, please, if you haven't, tweet out the call so people can see it. And I have a really important question too. Regular popcorn or kettle corn?
Regular. AMC perfectly popped, actually.
Booyah.
Kettle corn's pretty delicious.
I'm jamming some kettle corn right now. It's pretty good.
I'm still a big fan of the caramel corn and cheddar popcorn. And I found out a while back that I was wrong and AMC already had it. And I went to go buy some, and when I showed up, they didn't have it in the theater. They were out because of all the supply side shortages and stuff. So I had to order something else. I ended up getting Impossible Nuggets again.
Oh, Impossible Nuggets are branching out to a bunch of restaurants now, fast food chains.
Nice.
Yep.
You know where they could really get a good foothold in with some of the like sit down family restaurants like Applebee's, Chili's, basically anything owned by like Yum Brands, for example. They could probably make tons of money by injecting themselves into that market.
Oh yeah. The biggest thing about Impossible Nuggets is the inside texture is more like chicken than other brands. Other brands is just like a dried eraser.
I agree, and I have tried other brands. Impossible Nuggets, it's pretty close. You know, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's pretty close though, the texture wise. I know what you're talking about. It's a little more moist, not as dry. I personally like them.
Even taste wise, I think they're better than like McDonald's chicken nuggets or or like somewhere you get like Jack in the Box. I don't even know if Jack in the Box has chicken nuggets. That's probably like the only thing they might not have.
But they got Jack tacos. They're cheap.
Oh, I love Jack in the Box. And I only have one. I only have them when I go out to LA. There are no Jack in the Boxes where I am.
Their cheesesteaks are amazing.
They're all over Texas, and I don't ever refer to them as Jack in the Box. I refer to them as Jack in the Crack.
Jack in the Crack, baby. Yep. Man, 2 a.m. You gotta be careful though. In Texas, we get done partying 2 a.m. We're all flying through Jack in the Box. You can get into some altercations there.
Well, if you guys ever watch Dog the Bounty Hunter, he always gets a lot of people there, man.
So, somebody was posting today that Adam Aaron changed his header in his Twitter page to just blank.
Yeah, I tweeted that out because, I mean, it's not often I ever go to his page, but so when that came up, I thought, well, okay, did something change? So I thought, well, okay, that's bonus. I'll just retweet it out, but no one's ever confirmed that it's ever changed or anything, so I really don't know.
I seen somebody confirm that it did change.
Really?
It's just a black stripe, but I wonder if he's getting ready to post something.
I guess I didn't notice. It's always been that blue background. You know?
Yeah, it's just straight like gray now. But he's been really, really silent lately. And it's interesting that he's getting so quiet around this April 14th date with Highcroft and all these options getting ready to expire and massive call open interest. A lot of stock bashing going on. I just have this tinfoil hat that him and Mudrick and Sprott are just all in it together going, now that we're not, implicated in conflict of interest, we can go after these guys for manipulating Highcroft. So I'm really hoping to see some fireworks tomorrow. He's just been really quiet lately. Or they're dealing with a leak. I think somebody on the board of directors is leaking information.
Like the theater purchase or no?
Somebody.
Wait, what was that, Hank?
Like the theater purchase, the bow tie cinemas?
Well, it was Gasparino's tweet talking about a $500 million 5 to 6 company M&A that Gasparino said he got from May AMC insiders or some shit. And I was immediately like, well, who is Gasparino talking to and why are they opening their mouths? So I'm wondering if Adam Aaron's trying to figure out who on the board of directors or who was or which executive, which I'm telling you is probably fucking Steven Colanero talking to Gasparino, spilling the beans because he's still around. I think that dude is in fact the leak and is the problem at AMC.
I was just laughing. People are going to leak stuff no matter what because, like, literally, I was working and got an email about how they're going to crack down on people leaking information. And literally 10 minutes later, it was not even 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, word for word, that same email was listed on Twitter.
Yeah. It's definitely a problem because if any of their M&As get out into public, somebody can try to pull the rug out from under them.
Well, if you knew what company I worked for, you'd be kind of surprised to be like, why would someone be dumb enough to leak a freaking company email like that? But
They do.
The thing is that sometimes people get access to information that they shouldn't have had to begin with. Because there's a real problem with like leaks from insiders at Amazon too. There was like, I don't know if y'all remember the outage like 4 or 5 years ago at AWS where like S3 went down and took out like 3/4 of the internet. And what happened was the email about the high severity ticket made it out to the public because some random data, not even a data center worker, but somebody in a fulfillment center. So it had nothing to do with AWS. They just happened to get access to an internal ticket that they should not have really had access to begin with. But, you know, because of the high severity of it and other certain things, like they were not only alerted to it, but they had access to it. And the end result was a huge PR mess, right? Because it was like all of these details in this ticket about what had actually happened, like what had gone wrong. And it was, you know, like the thing that people, you know, talked about was the fact that somebody was typing a script and they, you know, hit a wrong key and it ended up, you know, deleting a bunch of stuff. And like it was supposed to only happen on like non-prod hardware, and it ended up happening on prod, and like it became a whole huge mess, right? But that's just because like there weren't proper limitations in place for visibility and for access, and so anybody could get access. I want to say it was either end of last year or beginning of this year. They finally, or before, maybe a little before that, like earlier last year, they plugged that problem by changing permissions of all of the of employees of a certain corporate level so that you couldn't get access to it. So like that way it prevented somebody who wasn't there as a like career employee from being able to leak that kind of information. But that sort of stuff happens all the time, right? Somebody will leak that information because somebody will pay them for it. And they're not making as much money as they think they should be. And maybe they're not, but that then motivates people to go ahead and leak that information because why not? Like the risks to them are very low. So anyway.
Here's some news posted April 13th by Tremendous. Not really sure who they are, but they're talking that AMC is the number 4 most shorted stock with just 20% per Ortex. It's particularly striking given that there are around 4,000 public traded companies in the U.S. This puts AMC at the top 0.1% for the number of bets against it. So that's not really too much news. We kind of knew that. Man, I think tomorrow is going to be a big day.
Yeah, I thought this week was going to kind of end kind of slow because of the short week, but tomorrow's kind of like Friday, so maybe a little momentum will go, and then we'll have a nice, relaxing 3-day weekend.
With HYMC, you have all the FTDs out T35, so they have to start clearing FTDs, or they're supposed to have to start clearing FTDs. Massive call open interest for April 14th for $2.50, $4, and it was surprisingly enough $7. It's pretty wild. I think there was over 10,000, 11,000 on the open interest on that. And then
$7
for tomorrow.
$7, yeah. Let me pull it back up. I'll verify here. April 14th calls $7.50. 10,510 on the open interest.
Wow.
That's $7.50. Total, there's over 111K calls open on April 14th. Probably like 30K puts. But the interesting thing is, if you look at the monthly chart on HYMC, MACD just crossed over today. And the RSI just barely came off of oversold. So it looks,
Damn.
in my opinion, it's not financial advice, obviously. It looks really good. And I'll tell you what, the freaking day, the hour that Amy said, HYMC is a bad play, they lost 10% the next freaking day. 15% total. Then we just took back the dip into a cup and handle today over a 2-day period. And it's looking pretty good to me. I'm sure there's going to be manipulation and price fixing. We should just expect that. But understand, too, that AMC, Mudrick, and Sprott own the majority of the shares. So who are they going to get shares from to manipulate this thing? So if they do the shenanigans and they can prove the naked shorting with the high FTD rate, then the big three can come together and say, hey, man, we got cheated out of our money. Good thing we're not the CEOs and there's no conflict of interest. So I'm excited to see what happens here.
Did anyone hear about the Barstool's CEO, Dave Portnoy? He with his SafeMoon investment from $40,000, it's now worth $4,100.
What?
Yeah, he commented on that a while back in a podcast. He knew from the outset, though, that SafeMoon was probably not a good play, but he did it anyway, right?
Yeah, I was just like,
40K to him is
what
a
was he
big
thinking?
deal.
Like, oh, it has to be good. There's the word safe and moon.
Well, as soon as how long was that investment for? It sounds like he put his money in and then somebody goes, oh, wow, Portnoy dropped 40 grand. Let's take his money. These hedge funds are using these tokens to generate liquidity. I keep telling people that. They get in on it too. And if you want to see real fraud that'll never go punished, it's in these tokens. Hedge funds are in on the game.
And a lot of them, yeah.
They're doing rug pulls. They're pumping SHIB on Robinhood. I'm like, good for everybody for making money on SHIB, whatever, the 25, 30%, whatever they took. But I'm like, it's fucking Robinhood. They're pumping this thing.
Robinhood halted sheep.
They're pumping it to generate liquidity for Citadel. That's all it is. I literally
100% Spence, because remember when it was time when it was like 3 or 4 months ago when everybody was like, how come Robinhood isn't doing crypto, blah, blah, blah. And they were saying that they didn't have the liquidity. I think they were saying they didn't have the liquidity then to do it. So do they have the liquidity now to do it? Or is that how they're raising the liquidity? Huh. I have to look,
They picked a really fortunate time to list sheep because they waited until it was like at a low for like the last couple of days or so. And then they announced it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other thing is if you look back at the charts, it actually like bottomed out from the recent from where it had last made its run up at like 0.002056 around in that area. That was back in January. So like it's made a pretty solid base level at that 0.00002110. And the last few days it pumped partly because of that news, I think. But I mean, that's kind of like where it rebased itself after the run back last October. Or, last October.
Yeah, my boss quit in October at my old job because he made 12 grand.
It's funny. A year ago, when I was talking to some of the maintenance guys here in my complex, I was telling them, like, yeah, just buy a little bit of SHIB, do this, do that. And then all of a sudden, like 4 or 5 of them just quit and they're gone. And now we don't have any maintenance people. So
yeah, bro, he's the super of a building.
Like right before a big run too, it was crazy. But man, I love SHIB. Don't get me wrong. I had a lot of SHIB, a lot of Doge. I got out of crypto because I saw what was happening with these pump and dumps on crypto. And then Citadel coming in, oh, we're starting a new crypto thing. And then the Super Bowl, super cringy crypto ads. I was like, they're trying to pump crypto to generate liquidity to get out of their short positions. So I'm just this. Let me check the price of SHIB. Actually, this whole thing with Robinhood makes me not happy whatsoever because now they are involved with SHIB and they can manipulate it. So let's see here.
Well, I mean, they could have
Does
manipulated.
Citadel
it
have
far
anything to
before
do
that.
with Robinhood Crypto?
Robinhood is like absolutely the right hand of Citadel, or
Yeah.
a finger. I'd call him a finger.
If that's a finger, then what's the butthole? Ken Griffin?
You know, Robinhood might be the butthole of Citadel. That's a good analogy. Anything
Is
to
it
do
just
with
me or does the
Robinhood, man.
WeWork guy look like Vlad?
What's that?
I always confuse the faces of the WeWork guy and Vlad from Robinhood.
Oh, well, there was people theorizing. They're like, have you ever seen Vlad, the boy from Bulgaria, and Roaring Kitty in the same room? They look a lot alike. Roaring Kitty, obviously way better looking, but
Oh yeah, he's way better looking, hands down. You know.
it's just the hairstyle.
Yeah, I don't like his not Roaring Kitty's Vlad's hairstyle. It's gross. Not hot at all.
Yeah, see, this is good. Rocket's even saying.
You
Squid
see, hearing
Games.
that should make him just quit.
Exactly. He's not hot. He's just quit.
He ain't hot shit, never will be.
The dude sold a shit ton of shares during the pump on the IPO.
Yeah,
Like,
didn't he just get out at 70?
He stole the investors' money during the pump in the first 30 days of the IPO, and then they came in and just shorted the shit out of it. It's such a fraud, man.
And they set it up like that, right? Because isn't it true that you can't, like, no options the first 30 days, sometimes no derivatives at all, and then the owners or the officials can't sell for 30 days. There's a lockdown.
Yeah,
period.
my
They didn't do
friend
any of that.
had it, and he couldn't get out of it.
It is. I'm telling you, I've been saying this for forever. Robinhood is the sacrificial lamb for Citadel, no doubt.
Well, it's a sacrificial lamb to steal liquidity from investors. Is all it is. It's so bad, and people still fucking use it. And I'm sorry about my language, but I'm angry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was angry for a while, and then I just stopped caring because too many people just aren't listening. It's at this point, I feel no mercy for them. I guess at this point, no pity. There we go.
It's just too good to be true. Like it shouldn't. It's not that easy. This stuff they make it seem like it's willy nilly.
Yeah, TF Hatter on YouTube here says Coinbase did the same thing. This shit is wild, man. We got to get smarter. The community, hashtag apes evolved, man. We got to quit falling for these liquidity schemes that the hedge funds are doing and get your money out of the big banks that support them, like Bank of America. Stop giving them your money and stop giving their top holding stocks your money, like Netflix and whatnot. Just don't give them your money, man. Sacrifice a little bit. My life has got exceedingly better since I haven't used Netflix, because now I'm excited when I go to AMC On Demand. I'm super excited for my entertainment that I'm enjoying more because I'm not constantly bombarded with streaming.
Vince, do you have any other like streaming services besides AMC on demand?
Just Disney Plus.
Disney Plus. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought they released the Batman on HBO Max a little too soon.
Well, they always force HBO Max into my Twitter feed, and I always I'll never use your butthole service, like, ever. And I unfollow them, and I don't follow them. I say I'm not interested in this, and a week later I'll see it again. I had to sacrifice by doing Disney Plus, which I actually kind of get for free because of my phone service anyways, but I will not miss Kenobi. I'm a huge Star Wars fan.
I hate Bank of America so much that in 2008, I was on vacation, like after the crash and everything. So maybe it was like the beginning of 2009, and I missed one payment by like 3 days, and they raised my interest rate to 29.9%. And I thought, and I'm paying it. I didn't even know it. And then finally, 3 or 4 months later, I'm like, why the hell is it my bill going down? Because I pay $300-400 a month. And I look and I lose my mind. Yep. And I called them up and I was yelling. Like, first I'm trying to explain to them that I'm a 5, I have the card for 10 years. I've never been late. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, ma'am. There's nothing we can do about it. And then I lost my shit. I was like, there's nothing you can do about it. I just gave you money. We just gave you a bailout. And I went crazy over what they did and their take in 2000 and what they did in 2008.
We came back from Iraq, and they had my soldiers in tears. Some of my younger soldiers in tears because they came home to like $4,000 or $5,000 racked up in late fees and shit, knowing they were deployed.
So they gave me everything back. They gave me they gave me over a $600 credit, $200 for my worries, and then like $300 or $400 for the extra I paid. Then 3 weeks later, I'm at the bank because I used to pay my mortgage in cash. So I would go from one bank to take it out to another bank. The smaller bank was a credit union. So I used to pay the credit union. So I went to Bank of America. I took out $1,800. That was my mortgage at the time. $1,800. They give me 1,800 $1 bills, the teller. I go back to, I walk directly to my bank, which is on the next block in New York City. And they run it through the machine and they say, 200 of these dollars are counterfeit. So we can only, do. And I was like, what? I just came to Bank of America. I lost my mind.
PJ, I was just going to say when you said dollar bills, I was going to say it, but I was like, I wonder if they introduced fake dollar bills to try to cure the crisis.
Oh, no, these were $100 bills.
100, yeah.
Yeah. So,
wow, PJ, that's crazy. I've never heard of that before, ever. I mean, a convenience store maybe, but geez.
Calm down. It happened. I used to work at a bank. It happens.
Wait, let me tell you what happened. Yeah. They won't give me they won't give me 2 regular $100 bills because they don't know where I was. I'm like, where I was in Bank of America. I lost my shit again, and I called the police precinct. I didn't call 911. I called the police precinct. I said, I'm over at this bank and I'm being robbed. And they were like, what? And they put me through to 911. And I'm like, it's a nonviolent robbery. I'm being robbed at this bank. This was my address. The bank manager was screaming at me and I didn't give a rat's ass. I wanted my money back. And the cops came and the bank manager gave me my $200 back.
Awesome.
Good. I'm glad you got it.
Right on.
I couldn't believe it. My boss.
I'm not messing with you, PJ, ever.
My boss was driving by and he sees all this hubbub and these cops and everything at the bank. He's like, didn't you just take a walk to the bank? I'm like, yeah. He goes, Patricia, I think it's being robbed. I'm like, yeah, I'm in it. He's like, are you all right? I said, I'm fine. I was the one being robbed. I called the cops. He's like, I cannot let you go for 10 minutes. But yeah. Screw that. Oh man, it was big. It was bad.
We're gonna start calling you Big Worm. Playing with your money, like playing with your emotions.
If she would have been at my bank, I would have been like, "This happens. Apologize. Let's get it fixed, and then attribute the loss of the branch, and then find out which teller did it." Because sometimes there are some decent counterfeits that go through the machine when you run it, and then there's a really simple process of like scratching the coat bill. Like, I was pissed. I was working at Best Buy, and this guy was paying cash for a phone, and then they brought over a manager, and they were like, oh, no, you have to take the money. It's like, no, we don't. Not when it's fake. And they're like, you're saying this in front of the customers. Like, I don't care. It's fake. I used to work at a bank for freaking X amount of years. I'm like, this is fake money. Like, you can take it. I was pissed. They made me ring him up, too. And I was like, watch. And then my manager, he was like, he felt bad. He came over to me. He's like, hey, yeah, you know that money we took the other day? It was fake. I was like, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Told you so, bitches. Like, damn, Hank.
Yeah, we have these kids coming in with these bills that look exactly right, but it says, for from the film industry. So it's like, where did you get this $20? Like, this kid just threw it.
Alibaba. No, so there's only. There's some actually like legit bills that will run through the machine that also do have the raised ink, but they have like this like Chinese mark on there. And there was a ring at one point that there were some bills that were going around that were like almost authentic, pretty much. Like, I would almost say it's like a knockoff $20 bill. You wouldn't even know. But I mean, to attribute to sometimes that teller might have taken in like a bunch of hundreds earlier that day, and they're just handing out some of the stuff that they got from customers. Maybe they didn't realize it or something like that. So it happens, but you typically,
I'm sure it does. But
yeah.
to stand there and make me call 911 before they give me back my money, I mean, and the cops actually checked what I did from, they checked from my walking from one bank from Bank of America to that little credit union.
Yeah,
so when like, she didn't stop anywhere, man. Give her money back.
Yeah, I would have been like, even it was within a time frame, like the same day. It was only $200 out of the thing too, and it's just like in your transaction. You know what I mean? It's like, it'd be one thing if you were saying like your whole, $1,000 was fake. That's weird, but like one or two can kind of slip through, and I know that as like being a teller before and as a manager, I'm like, no. There's a process to take care of that. And so
and it happened within 2 minutes. Literally like 7 minutes. From the time it took me to take my money, recount it, put it in my bag, walk a block and a half, and go.
But before the teller gives it out, aren't they checked for being counterfeit beforehand somehow?
They can. I mean,
ran it through the machine.
I got a question for you guys. Okay, I'm Canadian, and most of us here just use debit cards. We don't even use cash anymore. So I was just wondering, do you guys use a lot of cash still, or do you use debit cards? Or
talking about an incident that happened, how many years ago, PJ?
This was at least 10 years ago. Okay. So, I mean, I was using my debit cards, but it was at a time when they were charging me for transfers. So I would just go to the bank, since I work right down the block, and take the cash and, go pay it.
Yeah, I would have people come out and get that amount of cash for X amount and do whatever. It's normal.
Do you guys use cash? Do you guys? I'm just curious.
I do, just to annoy people.
I avoid cash for every single possible transaction I can, unless I'm buying weed, because that's all they take at weed stores.
Yeah, I only get tipped in cash, so that's.
Well, they take every kind of card at the weed stores up here. There, Jay Brett.
Well, I recommend. That's because in Canada, it's as a country on the whole, it's not illegal. Whereas
here it's so federal.
Here it's because it's still on the Schedule 2 list. Banks will not do business a lot of times with dispensaries and with growers. They have to do all cash.
But isn't that changing? Isn't there something going through Congress on that, or where it's at some point? I only catch it once in a while through Twitter.
Yeah, it's it made it through the it made it through the I think it made it through the Senate, and it still has to go to the other one.
Yes, it started in the Senate, it got passed in the Senate, and it's sitting in the House. And I think that's where a very, very, very similar bill to that one died the last time, was in the House.
Exactly. It was this bill before they tried to push it again, because they have to make it different.
Exactly.
Hey, do you guys know who Kyla Scanlon is on Twitter?
I mean, that sounds like somebody that's spoofing Elon Musk.
She makes hilarious videos about current Twitter circumstances. She just made one called "The Rise of the Scam Bots." It's freaking hilarious. I pinned it in the nest. Also up in the nest, this is gonna trip y'all out. From Forbes, BlackRock will now become the primary cash reserves manager of the USD coin, a 50 billion digital asset pegged to the value of the dollar. So that's pretty big implications for crypto too.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I read that, and someone said now BlackRock will be running all U.S. currency, so basically not the government anymore. I thought that was quite interesting.
Well, actually, so USDC is not a sanctioned coin by the government. USDC was started between Coinbase and I think like one other vendor. It's like one other centralized exchange, and then a company that was actually doing all of the like technical and or you know, like all the code work and plugging into banking systems so that they could back it with fiat. But it is one of those that's like somewhat centralized fiat pegged currencies, but it's not sanctioned in any way by the government. But there's conjecture that a number of people think that it would be really easy for the government to just be like, yeah, this is the official digital coin of the U.S. government, and to like sanction it as like this is the digital representation of the dollar, and then to be backing it and to essentially work with them. So like if BlackRock is going to be doing that, it sounds like they're setting that up to possibly be like legitimately be the actual like backing of the dollar, of the digital dollar or crypto dollar, whatever.
You know, speaking about fraudulent stuff, TF Hatter said that gold and silver is rampant right now for physical counterfeit, which makes sense. So,
well, you know, the paper trade markets for silver are like massively manipulated by JP Morgan.
Yep.
And it's also like something like 30 times the physical reserves or whatever. It's like absolutely ridiculous how much of a disparity there is. It's not a 1-to-1, it's like 30-to-1. You've got 30-to-1 shares of silver in an ETF versus one physical representing, 1 ounce or whatever.
What's up, guys? What's up, Spence?
What up, dude? How's it going?
What's up? JB, Jen, Play, Paul, Hank.
Yo.
Everybody.
Shut up, one. I don't even like your ass, and he even proved it today when he said "F you guys" today. So you know what? I'm gonna hold.
Kick him out, Spence. Kick him out. I like the one. Kick him out.
Don't listen to him, Spence. He's evil.
A fight's a fight. I'm not getting in between it.
We're gonna pump this fight at AMC, and you guys can watch it on the theater screen while Hank takes out the one with my propane fist.
Let's have a kumite.
So that thing that I sent you, I watched it. It's pretty cool. He hasn't done a part 2 yet, but it just voices and little pictures and stuff like that about what if. So if you're interested, Spence, take a look at it if you got 10 minutes to kill. And then my comment about BlackRock. Yeah, my comment about BlackRock, that was just a soft tell to, I guess, the rest of America who doesn't know about BlackRock, about, that this is an if. It's just that they're doing it, that they control it already. So there's a lot more coming.
Yeah,
I'm not how screwed things are happening.
Well, and everybody's like, oh man, BlackRock bought so much AMC and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, they're loaning out the fucking shares, dude.
Right. Scumbags.
Are you guys, you doing a call tonight, Abe? Or one?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
I literally look forward all day to coming to the evening calls.
Me too. It's fun.
Oh, appreciate that. Love when you guys come in. Murder Mystery is going to be tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Murder Mystery is going to start
Murder
at 8.
Mystery at 8 on Ape Radio.
My calls are stressful, man.
I have no idea. Yeah. Should be good.
Yeah, I love going into Ape Radio. They normally start around 7:30ish or whatever. And yeah, it's just very chilled, just you hang out and talk about whatever. Sometimes about the stock and stuff, sometimes not. Sometimes it's about what happened during your day today. It's just, it's very chilled, relaxed, and cool. That's what I really like about it. Talking about Ape Radio. You guys should check it out if you haven't before.
So I was reading some of your stuff, Spence. Is she leaving you alone now, or is she still coming after you?
Oh, well, yeah. So basically, I put out, if anybody's especially with HYMC, has lost money due to Amy's advice she has been giving on her Twitter Spaces, calls, or posts, because she never claims it's not financial advice. She did have stuff up for making money at some point in time. And the minute she told everybody, the last call she hosted actually, where she was talking about HYMC and all the bad catalysts and whatnot, the next day it went up 10%. So I've been collecting for 6 to 7 months now, every little bit of information from the ape hunters, all the stock bashing they've done on AMC and whatnot, to the point now to where we've got whatever the gold miner rock, pet rock thing is, specifically on Twitter, talking about we are purposely trying to make Spence lose everything, like really targeting me in their stock bashing and their stock fraud. So I told everybody today, if you have anything, DM me, let me know. I'm going to put it all together in one big file. I'm going to get it all right. I'm going to do what I have to do with it. And I basically today was like, hey, I'm unblocking you guys. Just so you know, you better stop or there's going to be consequences. Because I will start any and almost everything I have with not financial advice. I'm just talking about what I'm doing. So Amy and the ape hunters better chill the F out. That's all I got to say. And since I unblocked them, they haven't said a word to me anyways.
Hey, what's going on, Spence? Yeah, she
know that she checked her account now. It used to be open, but now all of a sudden you can't even like look at it.
Say that again. Say that again when you're breaking up.
I'm saying that it's just interesting over like the last 2 days that she's now protected her account.
Yeah.
So unless you're an approved follower, before she used to have it wide open.
Yeah.
Because she's scrambling now to start going through everything that she posted
Yeah,
out there.
she has her account protected, and she blocked some people, including myself.
Yeah, part of my degree is business law, man. So what's up?
Did Hedge send you the pictures? We don't have to talk about them, but did he send you the pictures?
He did.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, he did.
Yeah. Now you know why what that GIF represents.
Some people.
The one that I tweeted. Yes. So if you.
Some people get hyped up when they get online, and they like getting the attention, and they like how it feels, and whatever Amy does in her personal life, I don't even really care. But if you don't understand the consequences of what you're saying online and that it can have effects legally, and you're just on here just doing whatever you want in a area that could have legal consequence compared to what you say, if you influence people in a bad manner, it's bad. I don't think she understands at all what she's doing, and it showed today and the other day when she was trying to talk Highcroft and couldn't get the mineral element terminology correct when she was trying to tell us it was bad. And then when they reposted a fake article today and didn't retract it. When you're actively engaging in telling people to not buy a stock and you post a fake article and you don't retract when you're told it's fake, that's bad. So I'm just strongly urging them to just back the fuck off.
Like 2 days ago, she posted out. Remember, I think I said it to you that she posted something out and it had to do with the new CEO coming in. She posted it out so fast, she got corrected on her tweet. Oh, I didn't even read it. So she's got no problem with just pumping crap out that's not true or giving it a false narrative. It's fine. Look, you want to post the information out, but when you lead it to be, misleading and you're doing it on purpose, and then you come back with some, oh, I didn't even read it. Oh, but the funny thing is, though, supposedly you read and understand everything else, but then, you can't even pronounce what you're talking about because you're stupid.
Right, and with your own tweets, you're not going to read it or something.
Idiot, man.
Nonsense.
God, her and that rock.
And if you try to debate her, she'll just run on sentence nonstop and won't let you get a word in. And then when you do, the rest of her room will just attack you. It's a very, very bad way to do business. And I personally see her just leaving Twitter at some point.
Yep. And then one night, though, Hedge just kept going, what's your short thesis? So what is it? What is it? That was the Friday night. I don't know if you were in that call. I know Jen was there. But, I was laughing hysterically. That shit was funny as hell. None of them
Uh-oh. We lose you?
Uh-oh, 5G. They shorted his ass.
Hey.
They got him. That's why you don't fight the Hank, the one. And you should have had your internet powered by propane instead of that coal. Yo.
Oh, he's back.
Ani Moose, what's up, man? Sorry, I heard you trying to speak there.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I don't know like a lot of like the legal jargon and shit that they post, so I do ask questions. But today, she blocked me, and it felt fucking great. I'm not gonna lie, it felt so fucking good. I was like,
nice,
because get this right. I mean, I'm a humble winner, but I'm a fucking shitty loser, and I want to fucking win. And I remember everything that she says. I remember fucking Lord Fed. I remember I won't be so humble when this is fucking over. And it's going to be, and trust me, I'm a pretty humble dude, but now when you do this shit, it's fucking, and it just felt so good. Because it was so clear that article was fake.
Well,
so don't come saying you're like protecting all like us and which is like bullshit. But hey, I called. I was like, "Hey, man, you claim to want to protect us, so why don't you delete it? Why don't you help out and say you messed something up?" And then she blocked.
Of course not, because they don't take accountability. They don't care.
So here's this. She reposted. Basically, I posted this and I said, if you listen to that girl Trader or Moas's DOA on HYMC and suffered losses due to their advice in space calls or tweets, please DM me. Right? Then she immediately reposted something like, but the way she did it is slander. I would also like to DMs from anyone I have given financial advice to. Please include time, date of said advice. Also, if you bought AMC or HYMC because of Spencer's or other influencers' uneducated and hopium-filled bullshit lies, you can include that. The way she worded that, I could go after her today for that. Because nothing I said is financial advice. Anything I did say and or tweeted about was based off of research that I have direct sources to. So she's just panic mode, man. I don't think she knows that I've unblocked her because I haven't been reblocked yet, but I'm going to tweet right now.
Spence, did you see that Pet Rock miner Moas DOA or whatever? He tweeted something, it's like a couple hours ago. Won't come in a space and have an adult discussion, but continues to be a childish coward and spread hashtag fake news. Like, what the fuck?
I saw that.
Right. Yeah.
He should shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Well, who is he? That's the thing. Who even is he?
Who knows? I pinned it to the top of the call if y'all want to.
It's probably Amy using another account. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, we asked them to come into the room on Friday night. As kept saying, "Come on, you're not blocked. Come in." None of them would come into the room.
Of course,
but they're all big and bad. Right? Whatever. They're just children, and they're losing so bad.
Yeah. And I'm getting tweets about her other plays from Discords and shit saying how upside down she is. She doesn't understand what she's doing, and that's why I'm playing very, very fair on handicap right now. Because I know she's just a mom trying to make a living, getting her attention on Twitter. Totally support all mothers, all that. But I gave a fair warning. Back the fuck off. Stop slandering me. And stop bashing stocks with fake news articles, or you're going to get eaten. That's it. That's what's going to happen. I don't fuck around, and I'm not going to do it anymore. These punks have been bashing AMC since day one, scaring people out of their positions the same Gasparino and Fox News have. There was people that sold their position when Fox News posted that AMC was going to go private. This has got to stop.
100% truth right there.
And like I said, she probably has no idea what she's doing. Sorry, Anna, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, thanks, guys. I'm going to step down. I'm going to go to listener. So, got to pick some stuff up for my baby. So,
thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Have a good day.
You too. I'm going to stay on, but.
Hey, Spence, I do have a favor to ask. I normally never do this, but I do have a friend down there, and the listeners say XAY. I don't know if you follow him. Sure, maybe you do. Great guy. They started doing a sports podcast on the weekends. So give him a follow.
Nice. Yeah, I can do that, man.
Yeah, thanks. He does like a little bit different. He's not going to come up and do it. I just saw him down there. I try to plug him as much as I can. I like what they do. It's just they're doing like a different way of doing the sports stuff, and just a complete. It's a good show. So again, if you guys can follow him a little bit, show him a little bit of love, I appreciate it. Thanks.
It's XAY, right?
Yeah, XAY.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
He's a good guy.
Cool. Thank you.
Trying to
And he don't
find
like
it.
He's throwing up all the hearts, and he don't like Envy either.
Tell him to keep throwing up hearts. I'm not seeing it.
Keep throwing up your hearts, eh?
Yeah, I gave him a follow, so hey, give me a follow back if you're in the room listening.
I gotta scroll through all my supposed fake followers that are bots on my account.
Oh, you mean the ones that you bought, 1,000 for $300? Those guys?
Yeah, I will say this. I'm happy about this too. It's cool. I'm up to 640 some followers on YouTube, which isn't like big or nothing, but I didn't pay for any of them. I didn't pay for my first 1,200 followers.
Are you sure, Spence?
Yes. Hey Jen, can you tweet me XAY's profile? I do not see him in the room.
Yeah, it's at handle at X_A_Y. Yeah, I can if you can't find it, I will I'm just gonna DM you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
It's too hard to turn words into type.
The fact that the one has really shitty teams that he likes and he's pumping this sports podcast, I can't imagine that he's only pumping his shitty team. I'm not following that shit, man. It's SF Giants or freaking 49ers, bro, all day. Bang, bang, not a gang.
The good thing about what I've always preached is that you surround yourself with good people so you can weed out the wrong ones. So when you go to face them and you have positive information. So I'll hit you with some positive information tonight, Hank. Don't you worry. Don't turn this into a shit show. Love you, brother.
Love you too, man.
All good.
Oh, I'm already following him. Boom.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Sugar Kush.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What the heck you been doing, Sugar? I haven't seen you around for a while, man.
Man, I work nights now. I just get like
sugar, do.
His new fallen ass pad and forgets all of us, man.
Man,
hey, congratulations on the house, Sugar, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, I work nights now. It's all messed up, so I try to get a little nap, and next thing I know, you guys are up. But yeah,
the last I heard from you, Shug, I know you were tired and you were driving home. And and I said stay with us so this way we can make sure you got home. And I know you stayed on the call with us till you got home, because I know you said you were getting kind of tired. So
yeah,
I'm glad you made it home.
got this stuff, man. Working different shifts, and you are not used to that stuff gets old really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on driving in them lights in the night, my eyes are just like headlights, So how you guys been?
I've been better, but I appreciate being in the space of tonight's distraction.
I'm not talking about you.
Okay, cool. Fuck you there, man. All the time, everyone wants to talk nice about Sugar. You see this?
See, that's what you get, Hank. That's what you get, yo.
I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna stop beating so hard that the one is gonna not taste shit in his mouth for a week.
Hey, why you always think it's about you, man? Come on, man.
Because it's my world, okay, man? Just let me have a moment.
No, man, I'm just, Yeah, I'm off for next 2-3 days. I gotta go Wisconsin. I got a funeral.
Are you doing anything that you're off, or are you just hanging out?
No, he said he's got to go to a funeral.
No, I'm not. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I gotta go to Wisconsin tomorrow. My uncle passed.
Sorry to hear, Sugar.
Yeah, I kind of missed that. Did you say your uncle passed away, or?
Yeah, my uncle passed away. My family lives in Wisconsin, so he passed away a few days ago, and it's
So sorry to
thank
hear.
you. It's his funeral. Yeah. Thank you. He lived a good life, man. You know, and you know, but still, you know, when people, that's the thing. You know, we don't know when, you know, he had a seizure and just, you know, passed away in the seizure. You don't know, you know, like when it's going to be your last day, you know. So
That's true.
we
every day counts.
We just gotta enjoy what God gave us and appreciate what we all have in life and be thankful for it, man.
Life is
100%, man. 100%.
Did you say he had a seizure?
Yeah, he had seizures. I don't know what, but he just passed away in the seizure. He used to.
How old is he?
He was 77. So he lived. I mean, he lived a very good life. And my brother, you know, he took care of my uncle and aunt. But you know, it's your time to go, man. There is nothing that can stop you. You know.
That's
yeah. Seizures are scary, man. I watched a friend of mine, like not 5 feet away from me, while we were playing paintball, have a mini mall seizure.
Yeah, it's. But I you know, I don't know how long you guys gonna do this, but you know, I just want to say something to people. Like, you know, I know, you know, we've been all here, like you guys have been here longer than me, and a lot of people have been here for 15, 16 months. But, you know, I've been here for almost 11 months now, 10, 11 months. So, you know, I want to request people, like, you know, like if you are doing something on the side, please don't stop doing that. Don't stop working. You know, like when I bought AMC, you know, I was not like a lot of you guys. I bought it really high up. And, you know, when I saw AMC went down and, you know, saw a lot of red, I even worked more hard, you know, so I can, you know, keep working. Because, you know, I just can't, I don't know a lot about stock market. So, you know, I was not making money off of stock market. A lot of people, if you can make money off of stock market, you know, and live off that, that's really good. But if you can, please don't like wait for it, you know, to something to happen. Like keep doing what you have to do, work, you know, save some money, because with all that things getting expensive, try to save some money, try to live by your means. I mean, you know, like we don't know what's going to happen a year from now or, you know, 9 months from now. So, you know, if you have some cash on hand, just always try to keep some on your hand, because we don't know, you know, times. And, you know, just like it's not how much money you save, you know, it's how much money you make. It's how well you manage your money too. So please, you know, keep some money in the pocket and save some on the side just for a rainy day you need it. And, you know, and yeah, we will all, I mean, get there wherever we have to, you know, it's just a matter of time. But, you know, just like, don't stop doing what you're doing, because I have a friend of mine and, you know, he made 50, almost 60 grand in Dogecoin, you know, when it went up to 70 cents. And, you know, he got out and, you know, he quit trucking.
Wow, good for him.
And, but see, that's the thing. Now, then he quit trucking. And he quit trucking and for 4 months. Now, he didn't make any money in that 4 months that he was already making on the side. And he lost that 60 grand too.
Oh.
So now he's under almost 130 grand. You know, that's my point. Now he started trucking again. And, you know, I was really trying to, you know, tell him, like, man, I know you made some money, but, you know, it's not enough to retire and, you know, and like keep working, you know, when like he has bought AMC shares. He didn't listen to me back then, but he bought AMC.
Now he's playing catch up.
You got inflation too, man. 60
Yeah,
grand.
right.
You know.
Yeah. It's
Hey,
nothing.
Sugar.
Yes.
I know you keep on saying you don't know where we're going to be in 6 months. I mean, we never really know, honestly, where we're going to be in 6 months. But I know right now
going to be
where
on
we're all
Earth.
going to be. We are going to be, we're going to be on the moon, people. Come on now.
No. See,
What
that's
about
this
Pluto's good.
AMC, GameStop, HYMC. This is our retirement. I feel that way. I 101% feel in my heart like this is going to be it. But it's not the matter of if, it's the matter of when. We will. I know that, I'm not going to sell my single share because, I know too that this is going to be, for my financial freedom, just like every one of you. But I am saying, like, please don't stop doing and working on the side too, because any money with the situation right now, any money you have in your pocket is good, for your bills, for your family. So, that's what I'm saying.
Sugar. Hey, Sugar, I know where we're all going to be. We're all going to be right here. We're all going to be right here, man. We're all friends. We're all going to be here, regardless if we're on the moon or not, man. We're all going to support each other. We're all going to be together, man. At least I hope so.
Oh yeah, and you still got you're gonna still babysit my kids, right? When I go to
no.
Uncle Paul, come on, Uncle Paul.
All right. I'll babysit them from a distance. How's that?
See how you are. It's PJ. What you?
We need babysitters. We're gonna be in Vegas.
I will babysit those babies while you go do your thing.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Yeah,
it'll cost you like $100,000, but no, I'm teasing. I would.
Damn. Hey, if my one share will be 10,000 or 100,000, I don't even care at that time.
The money is nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm here for money, but I just want to freaking win, man. I just want to be able to go, Gasparino, you're a fraud. Kramer, you're a fraud. We won. We broke the corrupt system, and we drew it out into the light and exposed everybody. And I'll still be here afterwards, too. I will always own 100 shares minimum of AMC. Always.
And
no matter how much
we're all in there, Spence. We're that's what we all want to be, man. We all want to be just like that. Regardless, I mean, that's what we're here for. Fair, free markets and for each other and just being normal people. I don't know how else you can say it. Just being average Joe, and just enjoying life and this camaraderie that we have together.
Well, together we're strong, man,
And Spence, what you said, like, we all came to make money. But what we made in return is a big family. It doesn't matter where you are from, how you look, how your accent is, but everybody has so much like to give to each other. That's the one thing I can never forget from this movement, that, I came when I didn't know nobody. And when I'm going to, get out of this movement, I'm going to have such a big family that, any part of the country or the world I will go, I will always know somebody. It's like, this is the thing that the media and the Gasparino and all those people don't want to show. Like, it's a family now, it's not a meme stock and, all that stuff they said. And that's what, for me, that's the biggest achievement of my life.
Hey, Sugar, how many bedrooms you got in that new house you're building?
Oh, I see what. Yeah, Paul's moving.
Paul, don't worry.
Paul's gonna be a living nanny for you.
Lives in the basement.
Go out on dates.
Yeah, there you go.
Without the kids.
Oh,
I was gonna ask if he
wait,
can live in the basement.
Sugar, you're gonna start calling him Auntie Paul.
Hey, no.
No, but I am very, my parents will be here in 2 months. I just wait that moment when I will see that pride and happiness on my parents' face after 37 years. So for me, that will be, it'll be worth it to come in here for the last 14 years then. Because I left my parents when I was 3 years old. So ever since then, I was trying to find a home. And, I found it here. And I'm just glad I'm just...
That's awesome, Shug. I'm, like, super excited and happy for you. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, I posted something in the nest that Inspector Bigham's posted, and he's on board with what Swing was pumping today, and we pumped in the beginning of the call. He posted a man, Top Gun looks so freaking good. I'm so excited to go see it.
I told you, man, they have the behind the scenes. There's like it's on YouTube. and they show you the common attractions to it, but then they do the behind the scenes.
Yep.
With all the cameras that they're using in the planes, they're flying them planes.
Oh yeah, Tom Cruise is the pilot.
That's really cool. I really want to see Top Gun because I've seen the original one, which is really good.
I was talking to somebody today. I wonder if Kenny Loggins is going to do Return to the Danger Zone, because Highway to the Danger Zone. That's the song. So I wonder if maybe like they'll do a play off of it.
No.
Well, Tom Cruise is a pilot. He has a really, really awesome P-51 Mustang, and most of the engine maintenance has to get done in Detroit, in Michigan, because I think it's the
Mustangs
Roush.
are cars, bro.
The Roush facility is the only licensed P-51 Mustang FAA repair station certified to do it. So,
well, look, I put my timeline. I posted a thing where you can actually, they have, I think maybe 6 or 7 different type of planes that you could fly. One's a MiG. They have other fighter planes. It's about 12,000 euro, maybe about 30 grand. They take you up for almost about 30 minutes and just fly you, and just like you're being I think that'd be fucking awesome. So
yeah, they're gonna have
Pitbull do
Pitbull do a remix of the Danger Zone. That's what's gonna happen.
Dude, you guys, how much you want to bet that AMC theaters they're going to have promotional NFTs for Top Gun?
Wait, Jen, what'd you say?
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm just guessing. I'm thinking that AMC theaters, that would be really dope if they did promotional NFTs for Top Gun.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that would be just wicked awesome.
I want an F-14 freaking NFT more than anything. This is all making me want to get back on Ace Combat now.
What's the big difference between the F-14, 15, and 16?
It's just that
it depends on what you're on what specific thing you want to look at, because there's a lot of differences between all of them. First of all, an F-16 can't take off from a carrier, but an F-14 can.
Okay.
Because they don't have a tail hook, right? The other thing is you're talking about twin engine versus single engine. F-15 has twin engine. F-16 is single engine. The intake scoops on the bottom in a very different format. The F-15 doesn't have as high of a G load that it can handle as an F-14 can. So there's a lot, and the F-16 has the higher G load of the 3.
If they're going into a dogfight, which one do you want to be in?
The 16. That's what I would want to be in.
Which one?
The F-16 actually outperformed the F-22 in air-to-air combat and air-to-ground combat 4 years ago. And they came out and they said, why did we spend so much money on the F-22 if the F-16's outperforming it? It was hilarious.
Wow.
Because the F-22 is a joint strike fighter, and it can be deployed either from a carrier or from an Air Force base.
Right.
So because it's a joint strike fighter, they now have a singular plane that they can buy across all the armed services, which means that you don't have to have as many vendors, as many designs. You can save money. That's the idea.
Does the Air Force have more F-16s or F-22s versus the Navy? Or do they kind of pull from both? They both have it.
I don't think the Navy has any F-16s. It was strictly an Air Force fighter.
Okay.
And the F-15 as well, if I recall correct. The F-14. Wait, maybe the F-15 was a Navy fighter. I can't remember. But the F-14 was a Navy only fighter, and its claim to fame is that swept wing that it has. When it goes into its dogfight, it sweeps the wing back to give it a more profiled delta wing look and flight, and it gives it more maneuverability in the air at that point.
I'd like to also. I want to get in a Warthog.
The Warthog is one of my favorites.
It's badass, dude. I want to shoot that cannon. I want to blow something up. I'm sure it'll cost some money to do that, but that's 2 things I want to do.
I want to order a Tesla truck, the Cybertruck with that mod on it. That'd be cool.
I want an F-117A stealth fighter. That's what I want. And if nobody knows what that is, you should go look at it. It's subsonic, but man, is it cool as fuck. It looks really trippy.
I think Hedge Reaper flies.
You know what I want?
I think
you know what I want? I want to see. I want to see Sugar Crush. I want to see Sugar Cush in the back of one of those F-16s or whatever that you can rent out, and just to see his face, man. That's what I want.
Hey, Paul, what about with the Jack Daniels bottle? And he takes a picture. Hey.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
The other thing I forgot to mention, the one is that like the real comparison in the planes is between the FA-18 and the F-16. Those were really the more like comparable flight, like air-to-air dogfight type planes, and that one's a lot more of a close comparison. Like they're almost like interchangeable in how they perform in dogfight situations because they can pull the same G load.
It's all about are you going air to ground or are you going air to air? And I'll tell you exactly what you want in certain circumstances. But there has been no plane in history, and they tried to retire it, and they failed at that. No plane in history that has done more damage to enemy forces than the A-10 Warthog, man. That thing is nasty.
They are, and I'm a big plane buff. I was since I was a kid. I had a bunch of the like videos and stuff. I had like a VHS tape of like all the
I don't know
current fighters.
anything about them. I definitely didn't work on them.
Oh, so there was. I mean, I'm sure I don't know nearly as much.
No,
as
go. I'm just.
But
I'm
man,
just
I really did enjoy like all of the. I had like the fact cards and the VHS tapes of like the Air Force and Navy fighter jets. Although I'll still say one of my favorites is still the AV-8B Harrier because that thing is just fucking badass.
That is a cool.
That's true.
And that one was a crossfighter. The Marines are the ones who flew those, but they typically were launched from an aircraft carrier. So it would be a Marine pilot on a naval ship that gets to take off from a helicopter pad because it has possibly the coolest technology in a plane ever, which is VTOL or VSTOL, right? Which is vertical takeoff and landing or vertical short takeoff and landing. It can do both of them. And it makes for a very versatile jet that can like take off and land basically anywhere. And
ask you something. Going back in history here, didn't their claim to fame come around with the Falkland Islands? Because they need to kind of, if you read up a little bit about it, that's something that they said that the Harrier came out because with the landing and takeoff and whatnot, they needed something that they were going to be able to get in and get out. And that was one of the things supposedly where the Harrier came into, more popularity or more people started to notice it. I think True Lies, Arnold, supposedly, I don't think he ever flew it, but there was one there. That thing's badass too. That and the Warthog to me, hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Although my favorite to this day still is the SR-71, or if you want the fighter version, I believe it was the F-12 or YF-12, which was there was an experimental one and they only made a couple of them and it like never saw combat. But 3 Machs and being able to also fire a missile, like that's insane.
Oh, what I was gonna say before we nerded out here, try to retweet that play about going to the movies with the Top Gun photo, man. If you guys can retweet it, I want to pump the freaking movies this weekend, man. I want to see pictures of people at movies. I want to see hype. I want to see. I'm going to be so excited to see what happens with Secrets of Dumbledore because I actually like the new actor playing. Oh, geez.
Dumbledore.
Not Dumbledore. Man, I'm having brain fart. The bad guy. Damn it. Johnny Depp's character.
Oh, because they replaced Johnny Depp with a different character.
Grindelwald. I really like the actor that's going to be playing Grindelwald now. So, hey, look around.
I was just looking. Actually,
Did you just burp?
No, it's my dog growling at somebody outside. Hey.
Really strong Tuesday numbers came in. So it looks like this week might be the second best week behind the opening week for Batman this year.
Swing. Can't hear dare you? Is this like some of that? What's that? The sexy noises things people like.
ASMR.
ASMR. Yeah.
Is that bad?
AMC to the moon.
I heard swing just fine.
Let's fucking go.
All right, for those that didn't, Tuesday numbers came in.
Much better.
Two numbers came in, and we did 10 million for Tuesday, which is awesome. And it looks like we're going to have the second strongest week behind the opening week of Batman all year this week.
Damn.
So
sounds pretty bullish to me.
Yeah, it sounds like no one's going to the movie theaters.
Oh no!
Absolutely.
Better put a penny price target.
Yeah, that's one thing, guys.
Perino.
I'm fine.
And the moment I saw, like, freaking even in San Francisco, like the stands for baseball, that all the freaking fans weren't wearing masks and stuff like that anymore, I was like, come on, dude. Like, for real?
Well, look no further than your local restaurants, right? My mom texted me the other day, and she said we went into the local diner, and it was packed. People are unwinding from the COVID scare, right? They keep trying to push it in the media, but people are just like, we don't care anymore. We've all been exposed to it. Everybody's got these shots, whatever you did.
Or they've gotten COVID already at this point, right? People want to be people already again, you know?
Or all three.
Yeah.
I might have had it. If I did had it, I didn't know, but I just stayed home sick, and I was, I didn't go anywhere. So
before there was the COVID tests or something, sure, yeah. I mean, I suspected too at the start of the pandemic, but yeah. People want to be people again. People want to go out and do things, and the things that they did before pandemic.
Ooh, guys, A-List, join now and get your first month for only 99 cents.
Yeah, good point. That's very true.
Oh shit!
I might just do that.
That was it. That was the thing that pushed me over the line right there.
Jay Brett never.
I was already on the
bargain.
I gotta
save up to
$22.96
for a limited time.
If you guys join A-List, man, go to my Twitter or DM me and join my entourage. Because if I don't use my tickets, or even if you're on Stubs, if I don't use all my tickets for the week, I can. If someone's like, "Hey, I want to go to this movie, you got a ticket?" I can actually pick your name and your theater location and give you a ticket. If I don't use my full A-List benefits. If you join my entourage.
You're on the show?
Yeah, man. I'm famous, dude. People just don't know. Amy knows, but she won't leave me alone.
Don't know, now we know.
Hey, Spence, you are single, right? Why don't you hook up with her and maybe
She's married.
change up? How is she? You really sure? But she's coming after you, like, man, I don't know, man.
I don't date short sellers.
Oh, okay.
Not
but you can
predatory
take
shorts, anyway.
Hey, you can
And
take one for the team.
I'll tell you what, all my exes were like pretty much hairstylists, and it never works out. So,
All right, man, I'm just lying to look out for the team,
I appreciate it, brother.
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
I'll tell you, every time I come visit, I go to Chicago to visit my best friend, man. Every time I go out to the bar, I woke up 30 floors up in this super luxe lavish apartment across from Trump Tower. And I was just like, oh man, hi, who are you? What am I doing here? It was a pretty wild night. So, I get my energy out when I go to Chicago. So
Sounds like it, Spence. I'm
she
glad
was
you
cool.
I'm
We just had such a good time that it just blew up. So, Chicago girls like country boys. That's really what it is. So
afterwards, did you AMC and chill?
I AMC'd my way out the door.
oh my gosh.
I had to catch a flight. I had to get out of there. She was like,
Gotta go,
"You're-"
bye.
she's like, I really like you. I was like,
Bye.
oh God, no.
Did you just say you AMC'd yourself out the door?
Yes,
that
I
was
did.
hysterical. That was a good one, Spence.
AMC you later. Thanks for a good night.
Bye.
Guys, what's better, Dolby Cinema or IMAX?
IMAX. It depends. If you see, the problem with the theater with IMAX is there's like, I have a really big IMAX here. That's what she said. The front rows, man, there's like 30 seats in the front rows that nobody will buy. I say they get rid of those and put lounge seating with tables that cost
yes.
like twice of the ticket value of a normal seat, because there's nobody ever in the front rows.
Because it's too close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I sat in the front rows when I went to go see I can't remember which movie it was that I saw in IMAX, and it was front row, and I went, oh my God, I can't see because I've got to like crane my neck up the whole time, and so I'll never sit towards the front again in an IMAX.
Yeah, I made the same mistake too a few times, and it's usually a mistake.
Is this new? But I'm just reading this for the first time. Heated AMC Signature Recliners.
Who did?
Heated?
Yeah, heated.
Oh, nice. Where?
Oh.
I wish Grand Rapids one would get heated ones.
Yeah, because all the other ones just say AMC Signature Recliners.
Huh.
But this location says heated.
That's interesting. Wow. I would love to be in a heated recline seat at AMC. That's awesome.
Yeah, because that's the one that's closest to my house, but it's only Dolby Cinema.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Wow. Very cool.
What is Ryan Cohen's new post about Warren
Icon? Warren
Icon.
Icon. So he's saying to call him that because he's using Warren Buffett's strategy with investing into companies that he wants to actually make a change with. And then Icon is someone that's notorious for kind of coming into companies and gutting the shit out of them for the max profitability.
Man, there's so many moves coming up, you guys. Are there, truthfully, from the panel right now, or anybody that wants to come up, do you see any negative catalyst for AMC right now?
The shills.
Good point. I mean, just to play devil's advocate and show that we're not just mindless zealots, which they like to try to call us.
Well, I mean, the big one that they continue to use and is still valid is the debt, right? The debt covenants.
I have one. I actually have one. I'm sorry, Jay Brett, to cut you off, but I have.
No, you're good.
So everything's going up in price, right? So
Bud.
what was it now?
Bud. I'm joking. Go ahead.
No, not FUD. Okay. No, come on, right? So what? 8.5.
Yeah.
Right. So it does concern me. It does enter my mind. I haven't posted the question, but if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. So what do you guys, the panel that's up here, or any guests that like to come up and talk about it, how does everyone feel about that? You know, things are going to cost a lot more money. I mean, everything, gasoline, everything's going up. So how do you feel that's going to affect AMC?
I think they can offset inflation by AMC moviegoers joining stubs, because the movies I don't want to go see, say I pay whatever the price is for A-list. I forgot what it even is a month now, but I pay that. The 3 movies I want to see in the month of April, I'm not going to pay for, but they're still getting their monthly membership fee, yet I'm getting discounts on my popcorn and whatnot. So when it's beneficial, I'm offsetting the inflation costs, which AMC did raise their price on some things. I don't think very drastically compared to inflation. But in the long term, say for the month of January, I didn't go see anything, or February, they still got $20 from me through the Stubs membership. I think it's a perfect balance for it.
I think also you have, he talked about how in the UK they're used to paying more for a ticket for like a premium seat and or for like when new movies or premium movies. So like maybe we'll start seeing like different pricing for different movies when they first come out potentially. it's something that they already do in the UK, is what he stated on the last call as well. And the only thing that would be a concern supply chain wise would be maybe slow down the growth of what they would add to their menus or what they put on their menus, because like certain things will be out that they maybe make more money on. But as long as the things that they have a higher, I guess, margin or markup on, or which my guess would be popcorn and soda, as long as that's going to be constant, I don't see too much affecting it that well. But the supply chain thing could.
So I like to add, okay? Okay, so right now we're in a situation that, yeah, everything's starting to cost a lot more. Everything's cost a lot more. So even if AMC raises their prices, that's fine. Everybody should expect that. But
I'm sorry, Paul. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just scrolled across the tweet on accident and I forgot to mute. And it's a picture. It says Kathy Wood teaches bag holding master class. I'm sorry, I had to go ahead, buddy.
No, that's okay. Anything dealing with Kathy Wood, it should supersede everything else that happens. That's for sure.
I'm glad I didn't have a drink in my mouth.
One thing about Kathy Wood, she is constantly made fun of, constantly raked through the coals, and she's one of the only women on Wall Street with a fund like that. So I love you all, but stick up for women on Wall Street and stop messing around with Kathy Wood, because she probably has the balls of steel running around with those maniacs that she runs around with.
I get you,
Well,
but
I don't disagree with you at all, JP. Sorry, PJ. I don't disagree at all. It's just, for me, it's some of her calls and some of her comments, for me, is off. It's nothing to do with her being a woman or being a man. But to get back to what I was talking about, so right now everybody's riding the wave. I mean, if you look at the unemployment situation, it's way down. People are, I'm assuming, getting more income through wage increases. So those are all positive things for AMC. But eventually that might flip. And so I worry about those things because, I mean, we're not in stagflation yet. We're in a growth. And I'm thinking, from what I've been reading, not that necessarily wages are keeping up with it, but they are increasing. You guys would know more about that in the U.S., what's happening with you guys.
Well, so I would counter that by saying that even with the wage increases, we haven't even seen anything near inflation. So it's still net negative yields. And I also don't believe the unemployment numbers. I think the other thing that, you're maybe discounting there is the participation rate, right? So like, I'm not counted in the unemployment rate, but right now I'm not actually contributing any like GDP into the system. So essentially and I'm sure there are plenty of other people like me who just started out their own business, right? And who are probably not reporting that they're, unemployed, because technically they're not. But they're not really contributing to GDP, and they're not really contributing to the unemployment or to the employment rate. And we haven't even gotten back to the levels of pre-pandemic. So to say it's growth is, I would say you're kidding yourself if you say it's growth, because we have not gotten back to pre-pandemic levels. So I say we are in stagflation. We have been in stagflation, and people just still will not admit it.
Well, I see your point for sure. I scroll through a lot of tweets and different things, and I tweet an awful lot. So, but yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, it's just a concern. So let me ask you, okay? Let me ask this question. So costs go up all the time, right? So eventually, right now, I'm just getting this feeling everybody's still feeling good. Wages I'm assuming, are going up everywhere. People are still going out. Some of the things I've read, people have exhausted any extra income they would have had during the pandemic. And so now they're hitting their credit cards, which is fine. That's just called normal life. It was before the pandemic. It will continue after everything that's going on. But do you see with AMC, and I'm trying to be positive here, I mean, they have a way to get their own kernels. I mean, they've already blocked in a lot of that stuff. I don't know enough. I haven't dug deep enough into AMC, how long they've gone out with their cost structures and things like that. I know everyone's feeling good. Everyone's doing good. Employment seems to be low. There seems to be a bit more positive around that. But some of the things I've read that people have gone through their extra cash that they may have accumulated during the pandemic, and now they're hitting their credit cards and perhaps loans. And of course, mortgage rates are going up. Things are going up. So those are going to have an effect at the bottom line. I really don't know where I'm going with the question, but you understand what I mean.
I also want to make a comment, though, about that statement about credit. And actually, I think it was Zero Hedge or somebody else within the last 48 hours posted something talking about how Americans are actually not hitting their credit cards. They're paying off loans because they see all of this uncertainty. So I would say exactly the opposite. People are exhausting their money, but they're also seeing a lot of uncertainty and they're not hitting their credit cards. They're paying off their credit cards. They're getting out of that debt, which actually is quite bad for banks, right? Because now they're not getting their yields anymore. And I think that was, again, another one of those things of why JP Morgan was talking about a 38% drawdown on, their credit revenues or whatever. It all ties into each other, but I think that credit situation is not as good as you think it is, or as bad, depending on the way you want to look at that.
Hey, real quick, I just want to dump this in, not to get off topic, but the AMC token Twitter site posted a tweet, and I'll pin it. It says, hashtag LMNOP stock is not a real stock or ticker symbol is fake. They are trying to keep the attention away from AMC, GME, and cryptocurrencies. Don't fall for it. The AMC token, April 30th, 2022, fair launch. Anybody in the AMC community knows what LMNOP was at this point, or will be told. They don't. That proves that they're absolutely frauds, man.
100%. And hey, by the way, Spence, I did the work for you and I pinned it on the top of the call here.
Thanks.
So you're welcome.
I'm not paying you for it, though.
Way to go, Jen. It's always a woman that does the work.
$5, please. Okay.
I'll let you babysit Sugar Cushion's kids if that helps.
Actually,
I thought you were babysitting.
Probably not.
No. Well, I'll use my telescope. I'll use my telescope. He already knows that. I'll watch him from a distance.
I see.
Perfect.
He's gonna build a home next to your Sugar. That's what he's gonna do.
Stonk Vision got him on that too. He said real apes know what LMNOP is.
You'll just be the chaperone to the park to make sure that some random stranger doesn't come and steal them.
So those are some of my concerns, and of course you guys know I live in Canada, and things are a little bit different here, but those are my concerns. So let me ask you, there's enough speakers up here that I like to pose this question to. How do you feel the employment situation, the debt situation, on average for people? I mean, I'm looking for honest answers. Will people spend discretionary money to go out to the movies or to go and, I don't know, do whatever people do? Is it there, or are people worried right now? Because I'd like to know that.
I look back to the 1929 stock crash and what business boomed immediately following.
And with every crash after that, with every recession after that, the movies always hung strong because it became the most affordable thing for people and for families to do.
Well, I understand.
And not only that.
No, go ahead.
2009,
People were highly depressed back
10%
then.
increase in box office domestically compared to 2008 and 2007.
I think that we'll see the same occur, that for mental health and uplifting, that people will still go to the movies to enjoy.
Mm-hmm. And it's like I told people yesterday, I said, I'm going Thursday to unwind from the past 2 weeks.
Exactly.
To sit in a nice quiet, or not quiet, but a nice dark area where I can watch this new movie that's gonna, movies do inspire you when you see them. You're like, man, Top Gun was awesome. I'll tell you, part of me joining the military was when Black Hawk Down came out. Me and my friends always played military and always liked the military, but when we saw Black Hawk Down, we knew what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they're expiring. I can go and sit and watch a movie and leave everything else behind, just leave it at the door and just be engrossed and just escape for 2 hours or an hour and 38 minutes. And I think we could all use that
what you bring up, what you bring up, Rhonda, is actually true, and that's been time immortal since the movies ever came out. That's what people have always done, and so I'm not overly concerned about attendance. I mean, the pandemic killed it, but we're going to say that's pretty much over with. And I'm just concerned about the overall economic situation that's occurring and how that may affect attendance. But I also realize the movies are an escape. People do want to will go out. The only thing, of course, it will be concessions that would hurt that aspect because they're expensive. But movies are reasonably priced. And it's just concerns I have. I'm not trying to be a downer. I mean, I'm for this play. I know it's coming. I know it's going to happen. I know attendance is up.
Paul, we know you. We know that you're positive and that you're with us. You don't have to tell us that.
I know, but there's other people in the room.
New people, yeah. But
right.
I can only speak to my point of view and the experience I have in owning a small business and looking at the labor markets and seeing the increase in wages and the increase in cost of living in my home city and in my home state. And from listening to others in space calls, that seems to be not just Nashville, where I live, but where Jay Brett lives, where
Nashville.
Spence. Well, come on down anytime, Spence. Jen, PJ, I mean, we've had this conversation about cost of living all over. But as a small business owner, we've seen wages increase, but we've always paid well because we want good and loyal employees. So if we take care of them, I've had employees that have been with us for 17, 20 years. And, that's what we want. We want to treat them like family. But trying to find new ones has proven very difficult. Either they're not trained because people don't want to go to tech schools. And I think that's something that's truly missing in our society, or tech programs. You can always have a job if you're a plumber or a carpenter or HVAC, or that people need to discern. College isn't for everyone. That's not everyone's thing. But finding something that you love to do every day, that's something to be proud of and something you can do every day and go to work and feel positive about it. But it's been tough finding employees. Do I think I'm underwater? No. As a business owner, you have to constantly think worst case scenario. So I always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So like pre-pandemic, we wanted to go in and totally revamp our property because we'll probably be retiring in about 10 years. So I wanted to be able to solely concentrate on retirement. And because we built a solid business, that pretty much, is self-sustaining to a lot of degree. And then that way we could concentrate on nothing's going to break down. Everything's going to be good. And when we go to sell, things will not be that old. They'll still be good. So I decided to put that money into that project, and that required me to carry some commercial debt that normally I don't like to carry. But personal and commercial and business, you have to think two different ways. It's just two totally different paths, but I'm talking commercially. And I thought that was a good bet. Now, our banker was like, well, your payments right now, because our payments were around $3,200. Okay. So, of course, I took we've got a great banking relationship, which is so important if you're in a business to have that, where you make phone calls and things get done. But that's important. But we lowered the interest rate, and he was like, are you sure you don't want to go ahead and just pay off? I don't think it was that much, honestly, like $20,000. And I was like, no. And that goes against the grain of who I am as a business person, because normally I would have paid that off in cash and then took out the new loan. But for some reason I didn't. I just felt like I shouldn't do that this time. So I just rolled it in, which is not a big deal here nor there, because really spaced out over time, it really doesn't make that much of a difference. But it brought that payment down to around $2,100 a month. So I did I think we did 8 years. So it made it around $2,100. And then the pandemic hit. So you just have to be prepared, whether it's personal, it's business, it's, Jay Brett being self-employed and dealing with his office, Spence being self-employed. I mean, there's so many aspects to it.
I hate my boss.
Well, I hate my boss too sometimes, and there have been times I have sent myself home for having a bad attitude.
Yes,
Just saying.
That's a good sign.
I hate my boss too. He's a dick.
I heard he was. That's why I didn't want to work for Jay Brett Incorporated.
That's why we couldn't handle working for Jay Brett. He knows everything, and we'll be sitting there
Glassdoor blew you apart, dude. The one review on Glassdoor about your management team was terrible.
So overall, I'm positive about the whole thing. But, personal business, everything's a little bit different. Depends upon what lane you're in. So I just try to every day be positive and take some mental health days. I've been taking weekends, Twitter free, and then I miss things. And I'm like, what? I can't believe I missed something. What happened? And, and then I'm back on. But my husband's like, I think you're addicted. And I'm like, no, these are our people. Like, you don't understand.
I totally get it. I totally get it. So I'd like to ask another question, if possible, to the panel, okay? How do you guys all feel about the economic situation in your country? I mean, you guys know I'm from Canada. We pretty much reflect what you guys do because, you guys are the sleeping elephant for us. Things are okay here. I don't think it's much different in your country. But what do you feel like the economic situation is now? And what 6 months to maybe a year out? I know it's a big question, but I'm just curious to get a feeling what the general public, what these these groups are, feel about that.
I mean, right now, I think I'm pretty obviously very bearish on the U.S. economy as a whole. The people who are quote unquote leaders don't know what the fuck they're doing. They haven't. They keep espousing bullshit to try and keep people from panicking, which is, but people are smart enough now that they're seeing through it. Like, I think that the negative sentiment that's been going around has been talked about in mainstream media. Like, that's not wrong. Like, they're on point with that. Like, if there's one truth that they're actually saying out there in mainstream media that's right, it's the sentiment is negative on the economy, more so than what government leaders would lead you to believe. I see a lot of people who have been switching jobs in tech recently, who've just been fed up and pissed off with the being locked in our homes for 2 years and not having any sort of communication. Like, a lot of the big companies are it's not intentional that they're overworking people during the pandemic, but the reality is that people have been getting really burned out in the pandemic because they've been working insane hours because they're not spending an hour and a half in traffic in Seattle. Because
like literally every day when I used to drive or when I used to go into the office, I would sit in a minimum of 40 minutes of traffic each direction every day. That's an hour and hour 20 minutes lost every day, each direction at a minimum. Usually it's on the order of 2 hours. So now those 2 hours are being returned, but they're expected to be additional productivity hours. And so there's this expanding amount of work that was going on in a lot of these tech companies, expanding amount of work. They're unable to hire new people because either the people who were coming in to be hired were not up to the technical bars, or were not up to the I wouldn't say personality bars, but basically Amazon looks for things like leadership principles. There's a set of qualities or traits that these companies are typically looking for in terms of like their core values. And a lot of times people are either not meeting those core values or they don't have the technical bar. By far, it's the technical bar.
Well, let me ask you something, Jay Brett. Let me ask you something here, okay? So you guys all know I'm in my 60s here. I don't live the same life you guys do, and I'm retired. So when I was working, the big thing companies wanted to do, at least fixed companies, I worked for a mining company, like General Motors or whatever. They expected most of the people to work overtime all the time, and they didn't want to hire people. Do you feel, in a way, I know it's different, but something similar is occurring? I mean, they're not hiring people. You feel like you're overworked by the sounds of it, or the general population.
So yeah, I can speak to that. I was one of those people who did a lot of interviews. I interviewed a lot of people, and it's not for a lack of people coming through the door. It's a lack of people meeting the requirements necessary for the job, and then having leadership that won't take a risk on bringing them on board to learn if they were close. But the thing is, there's a lot of people who are applying for those jobs. It's just that there's a lot of people who don't have the requisite skill set. And as Rhonda pointed out, there's not a whole lot of technical programs out there. There's some that are coming online. And when I say online, I mean literally there are places that are popping up on the internet whose entire purpose is to teach people how to code in order to get some of these jobs. And you can definitely go and do those, and some of them are good, and you'll get some people will get some stuff out of it, some won't. It's got mixed success, but I think it has better success in general than like a typical college or university, because that's where I was. I ended up dropping out. It wasn't a good fit for me. But the reality is that a lot of the collegiate level, like technical programs are they're not up to the times. They're usually about a decade behind in the technology that they're teaching.
So let me ask you something, Jay, right? Okay. So things in life seem to repeat, because I experienced that in my working life as well, growing up. So what was happening is there wasn't enough courses available or college degree available, especially in the mining industry, to teach people what the mining industry needed. And so they were having big issues with that. And eventually the company that I worked for they just sucked it up, started hiring people, and started doing training like they're done. Do you think it's going to come back to that? Do you think companies will realize that they need to just hire people and train in-house kind of deal?
So I'll talk about that. I've been in that basically exact situation. I've brought people on, had to train them, and the reality is that when you are as understaffed as a lot of these places are, you're already like the water is beyond your head. It's like 10 feet above you. There's constantly going to be new work. You could hire, 1,000 new engineers, and it will not make a dent in the amount of work available to be done. So it's a matter of the correct expectations within management of what is feasible to get done in the right amount of time. And then those line managers or middle level managers having the backbone to stand up to the upper level manager and say,
we don't have the resources for this. And a lot of middle management doesn't have the managerial skills with which to have that conversation and have a meaningful conversation around it. And they also don't know how to metric anything. So like they look at things that are very basic. They look at it all data driven and they say, how many code reviews did this person do? Not how many lines of code did they write, or sometimes they will do that. But it's a matter of sheer output versus quality. And they're not looking at, like, when you get it done, how many times do you have to go back and fix a bug that was related to your fix later? They don't look at, like, what was the value that this work brought to the business? And they don't have a way to quantify non-code things. So being able to say somebody is good or bad at a tech job is very difficult. And they try to they don't try and pigeonhole things. They try to put things into a box. Like they try to put a circle into a square, a circle peg into a square hole that just won't fit. Like when you're a kid and you're trying to learn the shapes.
Sure, but let me ask you a question here now, and anybody else too. You want to jump in? That's fine. So
can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
I want to back up for what Jay Brett said. Politicians used a situation to divide America during, what they thought, what they needed to do to get somebody out of office. They then had no problem stopping and letting America get destroyed by those same people. Those same politicians have now made it to a point to where you don't need to succeed. You can depend on us. And that goes in exactly with what Jay Brett is saying, that you're not going to have people that are going to keep striving for more. But why the fuck should you bother have to? Don't worry about it. Government's going to help you out. We'll send you this, we'll send you this, we'll send you this. I love this country, but this is America. This is not the United States of America. And we've got a long way to go. It's sad. We worry more about the things that we don't need to worry about. You've got politicians that are sitting on their ass that won't do anything. You got a man up there who's pretending to be the president of this country. If you voted for him, I respect your vote. But there's no way on God's green earth that you can tell me where we are right now is better than where we were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. And it takes all sides. And I've said numerous times, I know that they're going to have arguments and you're going to have disagreements and how politicians are going to go back and forth. But when you take a bill, a couple $1 trillion bill, and you pump it through in the middle of the night because you don't want the opposing team to get a chance to knock it down, that to me, you're playing dirty. There's perfect common ground that can be found. And it's here.
I don't know what your real name is. I wish I knew your real name, but so I'm Canadian and my country is no way better than yours. Trust me. But it's true. I mean, we all have our issues with our own country. So I'm just going to give you my perspective as an outsider. There is such division, and there's been such division in your government for a very long time, regardless if it was Trump, even before that, such division between the House. But I don't know who told me this. I really don't remember. Maybe it was Mark Cahodes. I don't know. I am, like I told you guys, I'm 60, so I lived quite a while. There is major division in your country and in your government, one side versus the other. But eventually, and I pray to God, because I'm no fool, you guys do run the world no matter how you want to look at it. You guys run the world. That you finally come together to the point, to the betterment of the world, instead of this division in your government. It's just crazy. And so someone told me that eventually it will swing back to a group effort and to something like that. And I certainly hope so, because I'm no fool, and I'm no fool. The United States runs the world economically. They run the world militarily. Their influence is everywhere. I have no problem with that.
And we produce the most porn.
Well, absolutely. I mean, when I first started on the internet, I'm telling you, when I first started on the internet, man, when I had dial-up, I was like, wow, man, this takes forever, but this is cool. 50% of all sites were porn sites, man. I couldn't believe it, which is fine. So I introduced. I know it's a little bit off topic, but I introduced the internet to my wife, which was dial-up, and she loved this show. What was it called, hon? Cold Feet. Oh, she loved it. I said, look, we could watch this show called Cold Feet. We put it on there. You know what it is, Jen?
No, like.
So I typed it in the search engine, and when it popped up, it was just porn, man, and I just couldn't believe it.
I chose to watch this porn, Cold Feet or something. I'm sorry. You can keep with
Paul, have you watched Ted?
Yeah, the movie with Ted in it.
Yeah,
I don't know
the Google search.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going. I'm not going to do that. I don't do that. I'm a good Christian boy. I'm not doing that. Plus, the wife's here. I'm not going to admit to it.
Wink, wink. Hey, listen, throw a heart up if that's a wink.
Is that a shit on the floor?
Throw up the heart, Paul.
I got to step down. I'm going to eat. Spence, Jen, play it. Swing, JB, Paul, everybody. Thank you so much. Eric, you too. I'll see you guys a little around 7:30 tonight if everybody comes in. If I don't see you, you guys have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. And again, Spence, appreciate the time, buddy.
Right on, man.
You'll take off. Okay, one.
I got it.
Okay.
I was planning to get off at 4:30
can I-
actually. So if we can try to wrap up the last couple of hands. Sorry to cut everybody off, but I gotta walk the dog, eat, feed him, all that good stuff. So.
Can I reply to Paul real quick? In regard to what he was saying.
Nope. You're muted. There. Now nobody. Go ahead, Jay Brad. I'm just joking, man.
I figured you were. So Paul, just real quick, the division for the most part is not within the American people as much as it is. And it's a lot on the surface level. Like, if you go and talk with your neighbors or your friends, most people are pretty reasonable. It's when you get on the internet, you're going to see the extremism on either side, right? Politics has been for the last 40 or 50 years. Actually, I want to say probably you could really start attributing it during Nixon's administration because everything about Nixon's administration was complete and utter bullshit. But a lot of the mudslinging and the political theater that you see today, and that's what it all is. It's political theater. Not a one of them really will not work with the other one. In fact, it's to the contrary. Most of them are right in the middle. Most of them are unwilling to actually make a real stand one way or the other because they want to keep their position in Congress. And that's all they care about. And they will scratch each other's backs till the end of the day, even if they hate each other. They will continue to do that shit just so they can stay in office. And that perception is literally what they work off of and how they maintain status quo. And the moment that everybody stops giving a fuck about the bullshit that they're saying out of their mouths and they start looking at the actions, you'll see that people will kind of start to wake up. But I think so many people are just so beyond disillusioned in the American political system that most people have just said fuck it and have given up, or they have just basically either like decided that, it's going to be, World War III nuclear fallout and, end of the world kind of thing. So that's my 2 cents on the matter.
Hey, thanks, Jay Brett. I agree with what you have to say, buddy. Hey, Spence, Jen.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, everybody. I wanted to say this real quick. It's been keeping me up at night, and I think about it when I'm driving the semi, and then it's talked about. And last week, some stuff was brought up about options, and I did post something at the top so people can understand what's going on. And in a lot of places, a lot of people are talking about buying puts. Now that's different than selling puts. Buying puts is a no-no when you are long on the security. When you are long on the stock, when you hold the stock, you don't buy puts. You sell them when it's going up, because selling them is bullish, buying them is bearish. Just like with calls, if it's going down, you sell calls because it's bearish, and you buy calls when you're bullish. So everybody, if you could kind of sink that in, and maybe try to learn options before you start doing it. It's a pretty, it can mess a lot of things up, especially for your pocketbook if you don't know what you're doing. And I just, in my opinion, if you don't know what you're doing with options, just stay away from them until you learn it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Add to that for a second, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. If you want to hedge against the downside and you're long, I see no problem with that. I've done it a million times.
So on most stocks, I would agree. I think that the main point here, PJ, is mostly about AMC and GameStop because it is pretty counterproductive to what's going on, given that but
if they're going to take it down, 5%, why shouldn't that 5% go in my pocket too?
Well, here's the problem with the whole thing. Coming out with this buy puts to hedge to incentivize market maker theories at $17 a share on AMC, when pretty much fundamentally, even before the pandemic, without all the catalysts and the extra revenue streams, we were at $30. If we were above $30, strictly speaking, on hedging against your long, maybe buy puts. But in that's not what the whole community has been about for over a year. If you're going to do it and hedge, I'm not going to attack you. But to come out with this theory when we're sitting at $18 freaking or $17 on AMC, when we just touched 34, is freaking crazy. Like today, if you bought puts last week, now you just lost on your puts. Calls are looking decent. I don't know on AMC. I haven't checked Max Payne, but we went up 6% today, a day before market close. Your puts are looking pretty bad right now. So you're going to lose your premium. And instead of that, you could have bought more shares. So now next week, when they're it didn't work or whatever, this week they try to buy puts again. We go up to $20. They again lose their premium. Could have bought more AMC shares. It's a really dangerous process.
Yep. Exactly.
I don't hold my AMC, but I don't hold my AMC puts. I trade them intraday, and that's the way I make more money, to buy more AMC at a more affordable, at a cheaper, at a discount. So I don't know that whole thing about buying or selling puts or whatever. AMC is not the only stock that I'm long that I hedge against. So I think that, look, if the market maker is going to bring it down, there's really nothing we can do about it. So I think that if you hedge against that loss and you're able to buy more stock with your win, you're just taking money out of the market maker's hands and making it more difficult for them. I don't suggest that everybody does this. I don't suggest that anyone does it. But with AMC, again, only intraday, because I never know what they're going to do from the day to day.
So if the whole community starts engaging in put buying to hedge, though, and the stock has more pressure on the downside, that's just giving liquidity to the market,
creating massive
shorts. And I'm not attacking anybody doing it by any means.
Yeah. Okay, so check it out. Exactly. If somebody wants to do whatever they want to do, that's totally up to them. I could care less either way. It's just that when someone doesn't understand what they're doing, it can hurt them. And that's what I'm more concerned about. As far as, like AMC and GME or whatever, being in this community or whatever, when you do the buying or selling or whatever, it does affect the price action of the stock. One person doing it, 10 people doing it, maybe not. Institutions doing it, loading up and this and that, and thousands of people doing it. Yeah, it's gonna have effect on the price action. But like I said, again, this is for anybody to do whatever they want. Just be knowledgeable, know what you're doing is all.
Here's something funny. I just got a DM.
I have a question which I don't understand. I'm sorry, Jen.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't bet against the stock. When I say stock, I mean AMC or even HYMC or GME. I would not bet against, because buying these puts, I mean, it's going to drive the price down. So, and we don't want to drive the price down.
That's my question is exactly how, and I don't know how, right? I'm always wondering when, especially now that I've heard people say, if you buy puts, you drive the price down. So isn't it true that options are, you could tell the sentiment of the stock or the way the trend is going by options, right? By the options chain. So, but how does it physically drive the price?
So yeah, I can explain that. What happens is that market makers, their core idea is to maintain delta neutral, right? They're going to go long and short in the stock and in the options in order to maximize their profits. So what they want is they want to hit that max pain number that everybody keeps throwing out week over week. So when you look at the options chain, you look at the open interest, both on the call and the put side, and you can see generally where the market kind of wants this thing to go. But options market makers don't want it to go in those directions. So if you look at today's price action, for example, with AMC and the options, I think it was AMC, the weekly calls at, I think it was $20 is something like 27,000 options that are open that expire tomorrow, right? And that's huge. It's bigger than anything on the put side. So market makers, assuming that they're taking a pretty big position in a lot of the open interest, right? They're taking the counterparty side. That means that they've sold a very large position of calls at $20. So they'll do everything they can in order to keep it at or below $20. And why I say at $20 is because if it goes to $20 and gets exercised, there's no money made, and it's actually going to be a net loss for anybody who bought those calls because they paid a premium on that, right? So now you're going to get those shares at, $20 or $19 or whatever. And when the market makers have to go and, deliver those shares, they can just knock the price down in the after hours trading and pick up enough shares to cover the open interest that got hit.
Absolutely.
So what they're doing is they're looking at the open interest of puts and calls, and they're seeing which one has the most losers, and they want to try and of their positions, right? And so then they're going to try and push the stock one way or the other, and they're going to do that partly through hedging and partly through them taking a position long enough they can get that price down where they need it to go. So what's going on is when you buy a put, they take that premium and they will, they'll either short the stock so that they can get the money, or they'll short the delta of that option in the stock to a certain percent. So if 1,000 people go and buy puts, for example, I'm not saying to do it, at a 20 strike, for example, or sorry, if we had 28,000 or something like that had all bought puts at like $20 strike, then it would then be beneficial to the market maker to push it back to $21. And that's the core of their thesis, right? Is that if you generate enough options interest on the put side, then they're going to hedge a certain amount, but they're going to then buy longs enough to where they can push the price to 20.05 or to 21 or whatever that is going to maximize their profit margins. So that's their end goal when they're an options market maker and a regular market maker and a hedge fund, like certain unnamed things that tend to get us shorted on these calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Jay Brett. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
Hold on, Paul. One second.
I gotta go. But hey, Spence, do not bring up my DM. I'll slap you. Please don't. Okay.
So yeah.
No.
Well, you can't come in and say don't bring up the DM, and then I gotta talk to the community about it.
No, you don't. That's why it's called a DM. Please don't. I'll be embarrassed.
Well, I can't talk about anything now because you said you gave me a DM. God.
If people are buying puts, and so the market. So if I'm understanding this correctly, so people are buying puts. If everybody bought puts en masse, and for a $20 strike, the market maker is going to try to keep it above 20 so that people don't exercise and hit that strike on the puts, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
But it depends on the
why is
open
it-
interest of calls versus puts, though.
Okay, because then I don't understand why it's bad to hedge for the downside if that downside occurs. So, I mean, you're hedging for the downside if everybody's buying calls and it looks like it's going to hit that strike.
I see your point, but again, it comes down to they get to put that premium in their pocket and then do whatever with it. So if they've taken a short, like if they basically matched a put to a short position and they've like fully hedged it, then that means that they went to the open market and they shorted 100 shares, right? Which then gives them a significant chunk of money that that goes into their coffers. Plus, they got the premium from your option. So when it closes at 20.01, if they sold at 20 or 21, they can temporarily match it there in that position, and they can close it out and they can still make money off that premium. So essentially, in general, options money just gives market makers more liquidity with which to manipulate a stock one direction or the other. And that's the big.
But that would be true. I mean, that would be true for every.
It actually, so it's not entirely true for everything, because when you are taking a short position on an option, you're the one selling the contract. You don't know who's buying it on the other end. It could be the market maker, or it could be another ape, right? Or it could just be another institutional investor or whomever, right? But when you're on the short side of a put or you're on the short side of a call, you're the one collecting the premium. And so it's lining your pocket. Now, if the market maker takes the other side of that trade, then yeah, they're going to try and screw you out of your option if you're one of the people that's matching with the big volume, right? Because they want volume. That's what they want. They make money off of volume. So when you see these 20,000 call option, these 20,000 call option, 20 strike things, or 25 strike or whatever. Like, the entire purpose is somebody's collecting a premium, and they're collecting it either because they're shorting the stock or because they're hedging their position for real. And so, like, a shorted call, for example, like, I will sell shorted calls because I'm matching it with my already 100 shares that I own, and I'm wanting to lock in a particular, profit target. So, like, let's use one of my favorite examples, which is ExxonMobil, because I've been a long-time investor in Exxon, like literally my entire life. If I had 100 shares of Exxon and I bought the shares at $50 a share, and then I sold a call for 55, I've now locked in 10% gains plus the premium, which then, like, so it's not necessarily you're locking in the gains, but it's you're locking in a minimum of that gain if it goes to that strike, and then at expiration, if it expires in the money, and just barely so, then that's where you get your max profit. If it goes deep in the money, like what happened to me with my Exxon call when Exxon made its run to $80, you end up losing out on a lot of potential profit, but you still locked in profit at $54, $55 that you sold it in to, right? So you limit your upside gains, but you're also lowering your cost basis in the process, which can add to you buying more shares. So that's why I feel like, and if you look at a lot of the different information about options trading, selling short an option, if it is a covered call, like if you're short selling a covered call, then there is no activity in the markets at that point. There's no buying or selling of shares, so it's not going to affect the price. You're collecting the premium, and you also are expecting that it's going to go up somewhat in value, but not to that level before the expiration is what you're hoping for, right? Or that it goes up exactly to that target. So it's considered to be mildly bearish, neutral, or slightly bullish, depending on obviously how far out you set your strikes and other stuff like that. Blah blah blah.
Sorry, Jay, Brad. I just want to jump in for a second. Anyways, I got to leave the call. It was a great call. Thanks for hosting it there, Spence and Jen. Awesome. My wife, I haven't seen her in 2 days. She just showed up. So.
PJ hosted too, by the way. PJ hosted.
Oh, sorry, PJ. I didn't see the call. It was beside your name.
PJ.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we'll see everybody on the moon tomorrow, right?
Yep. Later, Paul.
All right. Thanks, Jay Brad. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, Paul.
Hey,
Jay Brett, just to go back to that, on occasion, intraday, I make mad money on AMC puts. And I mean, I'm typically holding them 2 hours. And yeah, I just like, I don't understand. Like, I get it that we shouldn't do it and, en masse, because maybe that would drive the price down. I just don't get that if it's going down already, why I shouldn't really take advantage of that. But I mean, I understand the bigger picture is not betting against.
And I
get that.
I understand hedging and how that works, with options. I get it. But you are now playing on the market maker side, and fuck it, man. I mean, their max pain, right? Is I hold the fucking stock, man. That's all. So, I can't do that with AMC stock. I guess with other stocks, different story, but with AMC or HYMC or GME, I just don't, because I don't want it to drive or contribute to driving the stock to the downside. That's all,
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, it's,
to Jen's point, the bigger thing here is that we're talking about stocks that don't behave normally like the rest of the market, like the rest of stocks. A normal stock play, here's my newly adjusted strategy for how I will enter and exit stocks that are not AMC or GameStop. Sell a put. And then after that put expires, whether it expires in the money or not, I have now, collected that premium and potentially also opened up a position of 100 shares that's long, and they have to deliver those shares to me at some point in time in the future. So now I'm long and my shares are lent out. And the next thing I do is I'm going to sell a covered call at, a strike significantly above my cost basis for those puts. So now it's going to further lower my cost basis, and I can potentially expand that. I'm also going to sell more puts, and I'm going to sell more covered calls, and I'm going to continue building my position, my core position through those sales. Right? I'll be buying shares as well.
I gotta say something real quick, just so everybody knows before there's massive blowback and misunderstanding. I personally do not buy puts on AMC stock, just because I know this conversation is going to get clipped, snipped, chopped, and put out online, and David and Amy and all of them are going to talk mad shit about it.
Yeah. He's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't think about those guys.
But in that,
yeah. So PJ, I wanted to say, yeah. I mean, you're just scalping options. I mean, that's something that any seasoned trader would do. I mean, that's your decision. I could care less whatever you do. I mean, you don't have to feel some type of.
And it's in line with the trade theory.
I feel bad. I wouldn't bet on that long. I wouldn't bet on the downside long term. I just, take advantage of that, intraday trend. But
yeah, you ride the volatility.
Hey, PJ, think about it this way. If, let's say, a new AMC ape decided that they wanted to buy their first shares of AMC for the first time ever, and they buy, let's just say, at $20, for example, and someone's contributing to puts to help market makers drive the price down. That is not why.
Hold on. That is not why I buy puts.
I'm not saying that you. I'm not saying that you do. Just hear me out for a second. If you, let's say, someone buys the stock at $20, and they see the price go down to, let's just say, 15, for example, that you technically contributed to that price going down, and someone could be discouraged because of that.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not knocking you. That's obviously your decision, but it does play a part.
I love AMC. I believe in what we're doing. I love GME and HYMC. I just play the game the way I've learned how to play the game for 20 years. And I don't know how to sell calls. So I don't know how to sell puts. That's not my area, right? My area is just, I've always hedged against whatever position I've had for downtimes. So I just, like, I don't think that someone's going to feel bad if the stock, like a new ape is going to come along and buy it at 20 and then feel bad when it goes down to 14. I guess maybe because if you're feeling bad because the stock is going down $5 or something, you really need to think about, and I'm sorry to say this, but you may need to think about whether you should be in the stock market or not, right? We need to have a tough skin. And yeah, do I get pissed when I know what's going on? Oh, hell yeah. But if we play the game, I don't want to say play the game, but if we could make money when they're jerking us around, I mean, and take some money out of their pocket, if you know how, why not? I mean, hedging against the downside would just be like almost like the opposite of selling puts for income. Sell it, or sell.
But it's not putting money in their
I
pocket.
totally get it. I do. I can't do that. Not with AMC, especially not with AMC. And this is me personally, because I personally do not want to contribute to that. I do not want to play in the market, maker side. That's me though. So that's how I feel, so I know personally it's just better. I've lost money, with options, buying calls and stuff like that. And I've lost money, I've made money, lost money, made money. It's like, I've come to the point where I don't even fuck with the options anymore. I'm going to buy shares.
I don't know. I bought myself almost 560 more shares in the past 4 months. Hedging on the downside.
This is semantics now, whether what PJ is doing is right or wrong. And this is the trade theory. The community's heard it. If you're hedging, you're still holding your shares. So if you are making money on the way down, yes, that's good. No problem with it. The only issue that I think
silver for shares.
The only issue I think the community would see would that you would be contributing pressure to the put side. But who's anybody to judge now if Trey is posting the theory online, and who knows, maybe in some weird way there is some type of trade up in volume that will occur that could contribute to the price moving. I'm personally not doing it myself. If you are, I'm not going to come at you for any form or reason. So if you're doing it and you're making money, good for you. If you don't know how to do it, stay away from it. Because if you buy a put and you don't know what you're doing properly, the price jumps $10, you lose your premium, then you're sitting there with a loss instead of buying more shares or paying your bills. So on that, I think we should just move on to another topic.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks.
I should have been off 20 minutes ago.
I love you all.
I get what you're doing 100%, Peach. Like I understand exactly what you're doing. The problem is with the trade theory, if the community did it, it would put so much pressure on the downside in the puts.
I didn't even know part of, I still haven't watched that video, so I didn't even know that was what he was saying. I thought he was talking about selling puts for some reason.
No, he was talking about buying them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know. Okay.
An incentive for the market makers, they would see the problem with that is if you're trying to incentivize market makers by buying puts when they know they're already going to price fix below max pain, then you're not incentivizing them to push the price the other way, because they're not going to look and see the ape community all jumping in puts and, oh, the apes are going to make money, so we're going to lose out on our puts. It just, I don't know. I don't fully agree with the theory. Too dangerous at this point in time at this low of a price.
And I agree, because the last time I did this was probably about a month and a half ago, because it is really, really, really difficult, because you don't know which way. You never know. There's no logic behind it. So, hence my intraday swings, but it's getting exceedingly more difficult.
Well, and that's a very good point, is like, that's the other big danger right now, is there's a ton of volatility.
a ton of it. Nobody can really tell which way the markets are going right now. I mean, if you've listened to Mark, if you've listened to Porter, if you've listened to Danny, if you've listened to any of the seasoned like ex-Wall Street guys, or even a few of the current ones and the people who were in the Big Short, they're all talking about how incredibly hard this market is for people who are even seasoned veterans, 25 plus years of experience. They're having problems just like we are. And it's because everything is so beyond fucked up. And the only people who are making stupid profit right now are the market makers, because they're driving up volatility, which drives up the premiums. They're collecting premiums. They're then using those premiums to either line their pocketbooks or to maintain their shorts or to establish a new short that they can attach to those puts and essentially say that the risk is, averted by the fact that, they put this short position in with the short put, as well as their other positions that they have done for hedging. So they're profiting massively off the volatility of these stocks, which is another reason why to stay out of the options, because the more options volume there is, the more motivation that they have to continue to keep the volatility up, to let it do these, 50% runs in 2 days, because that spikes the IV, drives up the premium, and then they get to make a lot of money because they know where it's going. They know where they're going to make the money.
I'll tell you, when Stonky Tonk came in the other day and said the real better option, if you want to do something like that, is to sell covered calls. So a week ago, I sold an AMC covered call at, let me open it so I read it correctly. This paper trading, by the way, just to do the experiment. $22.50, April 22nd. And I am up today. It went down a little bit because of the price action, but I'm up $6,600 on a $14,200 covered call on AMC. If I would have bought a put, I'd have got wrecked today. So I would just say, whatever you're going to do it for your personal financial situation. I've always said that. I do not like the AMC options chain whatsoever due to the increased market manipulation and volatility. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, you don't know. I mean, you just don't know. And I just want to say, I just don't want to, for me personally, I do not want to promote to, especially new apes. There's lots of new apes coming in this community, getting into options and contributing to the downside of AMC stock. I won't do it, but what I will say is options is not for anyone. I mean, this is the truth. And end of day, it's just better to buy shares on the little exchange.
I'm gonna keep doing my thinkorswim paper trading. I'm gonna be doing the put buys. I'm gonna be doing the
and let us know how it's out, Yeah.
I'm gonna be doing the covered call sales and whatnot just over a period of a few months to see where we end up in the end. Because I think in the long term, what's gonna happen is people who are probably not as experienced as PJ are gonna end up losing their premiums and losing a lot of money. And then when you start losing like that, it becomes the casino. You want to make your money back. It's just a bad rap. So PJ has more experience in trading options than most folks. So
right. So it's going to come up, differently, So PJ, I hope you don't. We weren't trying to, make you feel bad or anything like that.
Yeah, PJ, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad either.
Oh no, that's okay, you guys. Don't worry, I didn't feel bad. I just, I think we all do what we do because we know how to do it, And
PJ, because you did it, we got to talk about it, which was a good learning experience for the call overall. So
exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Awesome.
I still love you, girl. I love you.
I know you guys. I love you.
You're great.
Thanks for hosting, Jen, PJ. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna step down now. Y'all have a good night.
Oh, thank you. You have a good night too.
My closing thought on options is, or my closing statement on options is, I started options at the beginning of last year with the AMC and GME beginning of the spike of interest, right? Like towards January. and I got my ass handed to me in options. Now I have plenty of liquidity. I have plenty of depth in my portfolio that it didn't kill me. But there are a lot of people that that's not the case for, and I had plenty of liquidity to learn about options. And I've just now started to kind of feel like I'm figuring out options, but I'm also not going to get confident about it because I know that I'm still not good at it.
Out, Jay Brent, so that's kind of how options work. I just like to stay away, for now.
Yeah, no, I understand. And like I said, it's not for everybody. It's actually not for most people, but for some people who have practiced at it, who learned about it, who've spent the time, and done what Spence is doing in paper trading. When you get confident after practicing and learning and all of that on your normal plays, then yeah, go to it, have fun. It's your own money, risk it, whatever. Like, it's your choice, your call, or put. and I just want to say to people, before you jump into stuff like that, be cautious, be careful, realize that the people who are selling you those or who are buying them from you want to win, just like you want to win, and they want to screw you over if they can.
Here's my theory on all this. The market hasn't officially crashed yet because we haven't seen panic in the MSM. We're seeing funds close down one by one slowly without much mention. I'm waiting till midterms to see a big MSM push, panic on Wall Street, hedge funds crashing, blah, 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 to spook the market to new lows, because the only way these funds are going to make their money back on these massive GME, AMC short losses is to buy back in at the bottom of the market and ride it back up through the bull market. So what I'm going to do is wait for this massively bad news. I'm going to watch some of my more stable type Warren Buffett style companies, or companies like maybe Intel, Nvidia, whatever, tech companies, semiconductors, for any significant drops. Then I'm going to buy calls from that bottom out for a while, I guess a leap maybe, to ride the bull market back up once this thing finally crashes. Because as of right now, I do not believe we are at market bottom as far as the indexes are going, for me anyways. This is not financial advice. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a bunch of calls at rock bottom after the media blows it up. Midterms are over. It was this party's fault. Retail fucked us. It's all the immigrants' faults for taking out home loans. I'm going to buy calls and ride this market way back up off of my earnings from the stocks I'm playing now. Because in this crash scenario, you're going to see these funds have to cover all these FTDs in AMC, GME, HYMC. That's just how I'm going to play it personally myself.
And isn't that what Roaring Kitty did for his $38 million?
He bought 16-month expiration leaps. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we should all do. I mean, if we were smart, we would all do, when the market crashes and before MOAS, or whichever comes first, right?
Right.
But he was also buying call options when the stock was trading under $5 a share.
Exactly.
When the premium was when the IVs and the premiums were under 20%. When you're able to buy the premium on a stock at 10% of its cost or less, you can hold it, and you can hold it for 2 years. And you know that the fundamentals are better than $5, then fuck yeah, of course that's not that's the right play for him to make at that point. I mean, it was a YOLO, it was dangerous because he was centralizing his entire portfolio on a single stock, and I think to some extent he got. I mean, not to say anything bad about DFV. I think DFV has exposed a lot of really great stuff inadvertently and and on purpose in some of it, right? And for that, I think what he did started a revolution, but that was also prior to a lot of the, even worse manipulation that we've been seeing in the last year. So it's, the situation for buying those leaps is completely different than it was 2 years ago when he got in on that play, right. And IVs were under 20%.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, every market crash, Ford takes a serious hit. Ford's one of the most stable auto companies in America, and only the only stable one, maybe besides Tesla. I've messed up twice on Ford. Back in 08, I had 3,000 shares at $1.33. Sold too early because I was impatient. I guess I didn't mess up too bad this COVID crash because I did get in on NEO and Switchback Energy and made a very nice sum off of that. But if there is a true market crash coming, which I think there is, I think you're going to see housing, the market, inflation's run away. We're raising rates. Nothing's happening. We're still having workforce problems. Everything's more expensive. We're going to see everything blow up so these big banks and funds can try to make their money back on the upside. I'm going to watch Ford like a freaking hawk. And if I see anything under $5, I'm buying leaps, calls, as many as I can, out for at least 12 months minimum, because I know that Ford always springs back massively after market crashes. And with the launch of their new Lightning, the F-150, their pre-sales were through the roof. So if the sentiment on them is good in the owner's hands, I see a major opportunity in that, because there's no way that this is the market bottom right now with the way the economy is set up. I don't buy it.
There's no way.
I agree. There's no way we are at a bottom at all. There's
We still
no
have
way.
10 or 15% to go, I think.
We haven't. I think we have way more than that, PJ. Like the situation in the global macroeconomic environment is just absolutely abysmal globally. Like 20-30% drawdown. I'm thinking and some of the other like crazier outsiders like me are saying 80 to 90%. So like the drawdown we saw in 2018, which was something like 25%, we're going to see something way bigger than that. We haven't even seen 10% drawdown really.
Jay, I would say at minimum, we're going to retrace 30,000 on the Dow Jones at minimum.
Oh, I agree. I think the S&P 500 is going to come damn close to 100.
Because everything
the SPY is going to come damn close to 100.
Everything past 30,000 was stimulus inflation money. You can see the COVID dip, and then we retraced 30 back to the upside, and then the market just exploded, and now it's kind of curving off to the downside. But until we retrace 30 on the Dow Jones, which whatever, most of my stocks NASDAQ or whatever, and whatever. Until that retrace on all the indexes happens, I think we're in an extremely inflated market.
For sure. I mean, here's my working theory and why I think this is like where we are is insane, right? When we were crashing in 08, the government stepped in before it finally finished, right? They stepped in and they prevented it from being significantly worse. And by doing it the way that they did, and by not ending QE ever, it's still happening. We have now essentially extended out a bottom that we should have hit back in 09, maybe 010 if that bear market continued longer, that would have had more of the same markers that we had in the 1980s and that we had in 1929. And what we essentially did was we saw the Fed and the government just keep kicking the can down the road. And they kept running out of levers with which to keep kicking the can down the road. And we're sitting at an all-time high overinflated price level on all the markets, literally every market. And that's why some people have been coming out saying that this is the everything short, the everything, or what is the super bubble. There's a number of names out there. And if you start to look, it's growing in the media, and people are saying, 50% drawdown is small. And like I said, I think 80 to 90% drawdown if they don't pull some miracle out of their ass. Because I don't see any miracles that they have left that they can pull out of their ass to prevent this from going into the basement. But they'll figure something out.
The Fed is
so
completely.
We might not see the full.
The Fed is broken right now, man. SEC. Nobody wants to trigger the rest of the crash, because when they do, it's going to be a political shitstorm for midterms. They're going to blame the appointees who appointed them. Congress members are going to come out. Bernie Sanders is going to scream Wall Street fraud, which is good, whatever. But it's definitely going to be a shitstorm in November, especially now with interest rates rising. New home buyers are trying to get into an overinflated house market. With interest rates rising, home buyers are going to have to lower their asking price, which is going to cause an absolute domino effect to the downside in the housing market. It's going to be ugly.
And we've already seen housing prices starting to turn downward, and we're seeing the same thing in the used car market, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mark the other day was talking with, Henry Reardon, who's been on Carvana, like White on Rice, which is, what seems to be the Countrywide of 2022, which if people remember Countrywide, they were kind of the beginning of the whole collapse of 07, 08, right? And they were definitely one of the most iconic ones because of all their subprime lending. Well, Carvana is doing the same subprime lending, but in the auto market. And we're seeing, used auto prices were hitting like 40-year record highs, I think is what it was. Houses are so beyond overinflated. It's ludicrous. Like, my house is almost up 100% in 5 years. That's fucking stupid. I'm don't get me wrong. I love it. It's great that my house is worth nearly $1 million, but it terrifies me at the same time because I know what I bought it for, and I feel like I overpaid when I bought it. So I feel like there's drawdown beyond the value that I bought at, and probably what I've even put into my home. So if the market crashes, I'm sitting in a negative LTV, which isn't great. But I fully expect that the bottom's going to fall out under the market because there's no buyers left aside from the federal government. If you look at the MBB, which is the MBS ETF from iShares BlackRock, right? People don't want to buy homes. They don't want to buy home debt. Even with these new rate hikes, they don't want to buy the home debt because the yields aren't beating inflation, and the risks are high. That we're still dealing with forbearance. We're still dealing with renters that haven't been kicked out of their properties, probably in some places. There's everybody's trying to unwind and get out of debt. So like, I don't see that situation continuing much longer without the Fed immediately having to reverse course. And I think the first time that they dropped the prices in 2022, because I think that they will drop the interest rates this year. They will realize the fuck up that they made, because no matter what they did, they were going to fuck up. But they'll realize the fuck up they made, and they're going to reverse course and say, okay, so we raised it 50 basis points this last cycle or whatever. When this goes into effect, maybe it'll be maybe it'll be 100 basis points. I don't know, but they'll make that move, and then a month or two later, they'll have to come back and be like, so we've got to go back and we got to start QE again, and we've got to lower interest rates because everything's crashing. And when that happens, it will drop the market.
I'll say this:
the moment that they reverse.
The only thing that I think could probably save them if they came out and they said, we plan on mining this much gold and silver and lithium and uranium and all that junk. We're going to up our production by 200% for the next 5 years to reestablish a dominance as a precious metals holder, because I think that's why Putin's doing it. And if they do that, they dump the debt on the rest of the world, which most of it is probably from China anyways, to their manipulation of their currency. So, Joey, what's going on, man? Joey Cameron, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh. Did a great intro. What's up, Joe?
What up? No, hanging in there. I just want to say hi, kind of just listening in. What's up?
Hi, Joey. You got some TA?
I do. I was, I think, one of, I saw TMI. Anyone else? I think pretty much everyone was calling for downside today, but me and the mass investor, I think. I didn't. Hey, I'm sure there's plenty of people on the call that were calling for upside today.
I was super bullish.
I simplified it. I was looking at fib levels. AMC is historically loved 786s, for those that are not familiar with Fibonacci retracement, that's just a support level over a given time period. And in this case, I think I was looking at 3 months. And, or was it, it's November, whatever, it doesn't matter. And I saw it right at 1747 yesterday. And I said, if we can, hold, I think we closed at, what was it, 1742, like a few cents right under it. Essentially, we closed at fib retracement at 786. And I thought, and I knew going into pre-market, if I saw SPY, IWM moving upward, especially at open within like 10 minutes, I knew AMC was going to hold that fib level and then go above it. So I was looking at 1850, which was my next call. It's always nice when you get things right, because we all get things wrong. I've been wrong about plenty of things, but we are at the next level of resistance is really 1850-ish. Don't hold me to the penny on that. And, we closed above that by 2 cents. After hours, they pushed it down. I think on the hourly, we're above, like right at the 50 EMA. And so there's a lot of things happening simultaneously. Broke out of a falling wedge. I see it in a pinned tweet here. The selling of puts at the $25 strike, which Trey just talked about today, is really, really indicative of where shorts think this is actually going, which is something we never talk about in behavioral analysis. That is super indicative to me. Like, why would you sell that put at a $25 strike if you did not believe in the near short term, immediate term, that it was going higher? So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm really, really excited. We're kind of at a critical point, though. Like, I'm a little mixed bag on what tomorrow's going to look like, given that Thursday is acting as a Friday, right? If you look at where derivatives are, and where I haven't checked in like an hour, but where derivatives are on the, let me check quick, where the highest short interest is open is that $18 strike on the put side. 23,000. Yeah. So I think that there's going to be a battle for 18 to 1850. I just want to see us close above 1850. If we close above 1850 tomorrow, I'm calling for a hard reversal next week. That's my call.
What about HYMC, Joey?
What's that?
What about HYMC? What do you see for tomorrow?
Let me look at it.
Looking at your crystal ball.
So, I mean, what I would say at a high level, you're going to see, and I think Spence and you and I were talking about this in messages. I foresaw over time, as more retail started to invest in HYMC, people organically, it would start running together. So, which makes sense, right? Over time, as the interest gauges. Let me look at this. I haven't looked at the options chain. I'm really, really big on max. What's max pain? I bet Spence knows this. What's max pain for HYMC?
I don't know the exact max pain, but I'll tell you, at $2.50, there's 50,000 open interest. So I'm just going to go ahead and say...
Oh, shit. Yeah. I'm looking at right now, 15,143 at a 250 strike.
Check the $4.
The $4 is more because everybody was buying those $4 before the 250 came out.
Joey, check $4 and then check $7.50, dude.
Yeah, that's wasted money. Unfortunately.
Right,
sorry, guys.
I agree with you.
For those that are on the call right now, and hey, not financial advice. I just don't see HYMC going up 100% in a day. But hey, you never know. It's happened.
If you bought 750 calls and you exercise, you're a bad mofo, and thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. But yeah, I mean, 250 looks like the battle, right? But 250 is a long way away. But I mean, this thing can absolutely rip.
I'm thinking, I don't know. I mean, although
I would say that I bet max pain is 150, not 2.
Yeah.
I have to check. Yeah. So I would say closing above. I mean, it already is looking really good for where it's going to end, in my opinion. If it.
Yeah, my freaking fingers. I'm sorry. Oh, Joey, that was my fault. I muted everyone because I'm an idiot right now. But
You're never an idiot, Jen.
Well,
You notice
was I muted?
it's only the co-hosts that mute and boot people.
Where was I? Sorry, I was rambling because I'm looking at numbers because I didn't have them off the top of my head.
Oh, that's what we should do.
You said a dollar. It was Matt Payne, I think.
Max
Max
Payne
Payne?
for HYMC is $250.
It is $250.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
Max Payne. It says highest call open interest strikes at $250, and the highest put open interest is $1.
Hating.
This is just my personal, not financial advice in my own opinion. We're gonna take the run to 250 tomorrow, probably at noon, I would think, if it doesn't happen in the pre-market dip and then noon. But if we hit 250, people are going to lose their minds, and we're going to ramp to that $4 call option in a massive rally.
I think FOMO will kick in if it starts moving in even really close to that 250. I think you'll get a push of volume, but the volatility spike will be ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you'll know right away. So I'll give you some advice on what I track, like Fridays. So tomorrow's Friday, like very closely. That's my day. And if you, and I don't look at HYMC nearly as, I'm just very bullish on long-term investment of it, as close as I look at AMC. And if you see, like, if you've been tracking pre-market volume, you're going to get a really good indication of how this thing's going to open. And if Max Payne is 250, market makers are naturally going to sway towards that price because it's beneficial to them inherently.
Right.
So that I didn't know it was 250. That makes things very interesting. And I
do you think they'll sway it up there to try to suck people in and then be able to knock it down? Because that's the thing. It's like I have so much PTSD, and I've been trading options for a couple of years, and it's like
AMC PTSD.
Yeah, I mean, I've wiped out 11 grand gains on options, and and it's like that's where I've started to use my head, and it's like now I feel there are times that I'll get in something, it'll start to pop, and I may go and 9 times out of 10, like I'll take a quick L really quick. So like super, super tight stop loss, just because, they start seeing people pile in. They're like, yep, you rug pull them. Or B, it pops and, they'll move a little bit, and I'll take profits way too quick because I'm just like, at any moment, either A, politician's going to talk. B, they're just going to rug pull it for some reason, and they'll blame something. So it's like, I have not. My last few options trades have not been great. Even going off of like looking at open interest, and I even try to check Max Payne and try to get in, below the Max Payne level for an option, trying to get to, pick up in the monies. And not even just HYMC, AMC, this is outside of there. But I'm just like, man, at any moment, I just expect a rug pull. And it's like, I haven't been able to judge when to hang in and, when on an unusual whales alert, whether someone piling in does it, because this is my theory. I know these market makers and hedge funds, they know people are using tools like unusual whales. And when they, see or there's some buzz, do I think it's outside the realm of possibility that these market makers will burn $1 million in options to go and get people dragged in and then rug pull it? They're going to go, we lost $1 million on our options, but we cleaned the fucking house on the back end as the thing tanked just by dragging people in.
Because they're collecting.
And that's where.
Sure. But
that is not fantasy, Justin. I'm positive they do that often.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think they might do it just to bait people. And even ones that I've gotten like $3 million, buy, for an out of the money that's, within striking distance.
out of the money, $3 million buy, and then you just start, and I'll watch open interest, or at least, the volume in real time, and people are they're throwing the farm at it. And then
I'll tell you, Joey's been a
next day,
big pusher of price fixing for a while now. Like, he's seen it the whole time, man.
Yeah, he's been calling for a very long time.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I've been talking about this for months. I've been calling it before it became normalized in any way, shape, or form. And I will say that, so this is just my take on, if you want my opinion on, this is not financial advice in any way, shape, or form. I have a natural inclination for market makers to sway. Okay, so there is Trey and Astro and those guys got a lot of beef on, and this is not a recommendation to play calls, puts in this capacity because it's very, very hard. And I've been talking to Spence about this. I do this with the S&P 500 almost every day. I play both sides, and it works quite well. It's actually how I make the majority of my money. And it's in a choppy market like this, it's fantastic. Actually, I love it. I love the choppiness, but on that side. So I don't do that with AMC by any stretch of the imagination. I will say, to your point, if what I only can say what I do, and what I do, I play at the money or just out the money for the most part. What I will say about HYMC, and this is your risk tolerance, is 217 to 250 is a big jump. It is. So if you're in, because they are in 50-cent increments, the strike prices, it is hard to be as accurate. Whereas with the S&P 500, it's a lot easier. And it's a lot more predictable in that sense of where this might be going based on volume, trends, falling wedges, all that TA, Fibonacci retracements, all that should go into your decision making when doing those types of things. This is just how I play. As someone who gave me this advice, I really only play no more than 5 different stocks at a given time. So if you're kind of relatively new to the stock market, as a lot of people, I just read recently, 25 million new American investors came to the stock market within 2021. Try on a less volatile stock. AMC is very hard. I've tried. I've got it right. I've got it wrong. I got it pretty fucking right today. But it's difficult. But I will say less volatile stocks is easier to do it with. That's all I'll say. And based on where market makers max pain is, what the premium is regards to puts and calls, it is less expensive as of today. Last time I checked the spread to play calls on AMC and HYMC. So if I'm a market maker, something's less expensive. Where's it been trending? Where's volume been at? I might play it a certain way. So we'll see. In regards to rug pull, I do believe you're accurate in that sense. We'll see. My only hesitation on an AMC today, and no one's brought this up, I haven't either, is the volume was on par with previous 9-10 days. On a green day of 7%, I would have liked to see it in 60 million plus in volume.
I think
that was the only thing I was hesitant on today.
The other bullish
volume was quite low today.
The other bullish,
it was really low,
opinion I have on this is that there's over 11 million, close to 13, 14 million FTDs hitting T plus 35, if not today, tomorrow. Let's see, T plus 35 day on 11,699,213 is the 14th. So we have the options chain on the call side loaded up like freaking crazy versus the puts, which I think there's only like 30,000 open interest on. Plus you only have, let's see, 14 million FTDs due T plus 35 tomorrow. And just the overall bullish sentiment of, I hate saying the Mustang because that's so speculative, but the community did get hyped up on it. But not to mention that the shorts are burnt on this because the company has $198 million in cash on hand, which is more than the debt they currently carry. Plus, the price of gold is rising, especially after inflation went up more than predicted, even after an interest rate hike. So that's just my bullish sentiment on it. Joey is probably way more smart on his, I wouldn't say conservative. You still sounded bullish, but you're more conservative on it, which is the smarter move for sure.
Yeah. I just, in the sense that I just, from, what is it at in after hours right now? 215? What is that percent gain on a day? That's big, right? Like 250.
8-9% on the day.
Look, yeah, that's big, right? But HYMC can do that piece of cake.
After aggressive shorting the other day. So.
And we just came off a green day, like all that stuff. Like all I play is on the how I factor this. That said, and looking at the options chain, that is very close to in the money. And there's not a whole lot of interest on the put side, which is also indicative of letting it run.
And we do have a nice cup and handle formed off the 2-day.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Was like there was like pretty. I mean, there was low put interest, and that's why I was like, okay, well, someone's that if I see it getting rug pulled, somebody's going to be stacking up on the back end, or
that's why I think institutional ownership is much bigger in HYMC than AMC.
And look,
I actually do, and that's fine. That's not a bad thing.
Look who owns the majority of the shares in HYMC: Mudrick, AMC, and Sprott. AMC and Sprott, we know for sure, are tired of the predatory shorts and the market manipulation. Mudrick has been a friend for the most part in helping AMC. Everybody's got the negative DD on how Adam Aaron is bailing out Mudrick, which I don't believe. But now you have...
Isn't Mudrick got some tie with Ken? With Griffin?
Who doesn't have a tie with Ken Griffin?
Yeah, well,
the richest person in Chicagoland. Like, come on.
Right. Everything is... Ken Griffin's got his fingers in everything, man.
I think that's the problem. That's the
largest donor to the Republican Party in 2021.
I will tell you that White Box Advisors selling 91% of their position 5 days before the AMC Sprott announcement was a sure sign that they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. White Box Advisors has been shorting AMC and Cineworld together with Citadel. And if you do look, Citadel has a small long position in HYMC. So what they did is in a nutshell, they cornered the predatory shorts in at the naked shorting range, which is below $1. They caught them at 29 cents, ramped up to the $2 range. Now they're stuck. The majority of the shares are held by two people who hate predatory short sellers, backed up by retail investors. So tomorrow, even if they do decide to come out and print endless shares and do the market manipulation, you now have Adam Aaron and Sprott, who are not tied to the conflict of interest of being the CEO of the company. They actually have the right of interest due to them being investors, and Adam Aaron representing a group of 4 million investors who own AMC and buy that through HYMC, through AMC shares. So I think if anything, we could potentially, if fraud, see some type of group class action lawsuit against predatory shorts and market makers by Sprott, AMC, and possibly Mudrick to finally end this damn game.
And that is AMC Gold, baby. Let's go, baby.
Damn straight.
But I will tell you, if anything, if I was going to take any advice personally, I would take Joey's very logical, calm, cool, collected, conservative play on this. I get too hyped up, as you all know, but nothing I say is financial advice, but I do love everything Joey just said. So, and Justin too, man, that was brilliant.
No, yeah, and I think Spence, didn't you post something that the firm that I forget who it starts with an S, whoever just gave their money away,
Susquehanna,
the $2 billion. Yeah, you posted something of their change in position?
They sold. They closed all their puts.
Yeah,
according to FibTel, though.
Yeah, the thing is Ken Griffin is reaching a point, in my opinion, that he is the train is off the track, and it is anything and everything to try to prevent this. But it's like when when this other firm sees that, Griffin, which I'm surprised they don't already know, or they're just the same, they're going to be like, we're taking our money back. Obviously, why would Point72 and Griffin be knocking on Melvin's door going, hey, pay up? Hey,
The scapegoat for all this. Like, you're right, Justin. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think the DOJ nor the SEC, especially the SEC, will move fast enough to actually protect us. Something will eventually come of this. Will probably be 2-3 years down the road. That said, you made a really good underlying opinion there, which you didn't outwardly state, is that money talks, and people are going to want their fucking money. And we are in a true liquidity crisis, and this is just my opinion, and people are going to want their money. And leading up to this 50 basis point hike to combat inflation, which in my opinion does need to happen.
Absolutely.
But they're going to want their money. You're going to see this choppiness like crazy, which I love because I play the SPY. That's a good one to learn.
I'll have to get some tips from you.
It's a good one to learn.
Today.
I also started playing the SPY as well on the put side. So
but that's what you're saying, Joe. I was interested.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, that's just knowing, trying to understand where the market is going and making an educational decision to do so. And when things are choppy, this is like a swing trader, day trader's dream. I would never call myself a day trader. Like, I don't play the SPY every day. I might once a week, but usually twice a week.
Yeah.
And if I see like true indications, it may go one way or the other. And it's been pretty accurate until about this week, So yeah, I would definitely educate yourself in that. It's a lot easier to do to Jay Brett's point. To learn on.
Yeah, I mean, I see this like, I always try to avoid any option play within, 15 to 30 minutes, maybe up to an hour, because I feel like up, down, you may touch a support level, rejects it, and it may reject it twice, and then it's like up, way through it, and then come back down, and then it's like a massive candle, and I'm like, shit. And I keep catching myself.
David Marino.
That's why I've been.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's why I've been playing intraday instead of like trying to be in on a single day. So, and I'm still learning it in terms of the SPY, but the SPY is also expensive too, right? Like a single weekly contract on a put's like $200 to $500. So like it's not.
This is intraday trying to. Yeah, this was some of my intraday trades that a lot of SPY options. I don't know, when I'm at 20, 30, 40%, I may start trimming and taking profit, secure something.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, some of them I try to scale in, and I guess you correct me, but for me, I'll go in small. If I start getting some decent gains, depending on if it's going to be intraday, and I'm playing into a momentum, I will buy in at higher prices, just with some of the profit as a cushion. If I get, if there's some quick, rug pull, I can get out, and on those additional contracts, I may take a small loss, but I have a larger profit to offset that. So I'll try to scale in and then scale out on, down.
Yeah, the key there, Justin, this is, who said this? I want to give credit, but I unconsciously have always tried to do this is, control your liquidity. You treat yourself like a hedge fund in a way. The biggest mistake I see retail making, and I've made this mistake many times, the only ticker that I don't apply this thesis to is literally AMC. Manage your small losses, take your small losses and know when to, let it ride and take big wins. So take big wins, take small losses. That's the key to trading. It's knowing.
Yeah.
And the biggest mistake I see is, you made the point earlier, Justin, is when they see green, you pull the trigger too early, but you're less likely to pull the trigger when you're losing. So it's almost a mindset shift rather than a strategic shift. Is, you know,
Well,
when
yeah,
you're
I
seeing
would
those
agree.
losses, get out. And, you know,
Yeah.
and when
Yeah,
you
it's like
see
I
a
was
game, like
reading a
wait
guy-
to see it consolidate, you do its thing, you know, that type of deal.
Yeah.
I made that
totally
mistake
makes
today.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Hey
was
guys,
reading,
Mark's had his hand up like forever, like for like 20 minutes or something.
My bad, I'll shut
No,
up.
it's okay. It's okay. Just want him to get the chance to talk.
No, I'll say. But a trader was writing. He said one of the biggest problems that people have outside of the institutions is knowing when it's time to take profit. When people they get mesmerized by these gains, you know, especially like in the June run up. I mean, there were just massive out of the money options that were running in, and just it was anybody that was in them, you know, and got out at a good time if they were, you know, made a ton of money. But he said that people see these gains that they've never seen in their life, and they hold them, and they just can't commit to selling them, and then they watch them tumble back down.
Yeah.
So he goes, take profits. You know, don't have that fear of it going up. When you get out profitable, it is a win. As small as it is to as big as it is, they count the same
Very good
in your head.
Yeah, I would.
But
I'll say,
step down now.
I want to add to this, Justin, and say, whenever I get into a position, any position, including AMC, I've already in my head figured out what my exit points are, whether that's in profit or loss. Now, granted, AMC is a slightly different story.
No,
'cause
bro.
I have way
Buy model until it's at
on
0.
that, like, but it comes down to risk management, right? And so if your risk is like, let's say you bought 100 shares at $20 of AMC, and you said, okay, I have, what is that, $2,000?
Yeah, it'd be $2,000.
$2,000. Okay, so I have now put up $2,000 of risk on my position, and I suspect that it will go to, I'm throwing a number out, but we'll say, you know, because this is the AMC play and people are being a little bit more broad with their profit targets, we'll say $40, right? That's not my private, you know, that's not my price target. If it were, I would have sold last year above $40. I didn't. I've only built my position, but this is
Yeah, I would have
hypothetical.
sold at 7. Yeah.
I would have sold probably, if I weren't playing this really long term, I probably would have sold at like 60 or something. But
yeah, I hold mine.
Hey guys, Jay,
I know,
guys.
I'm finished. I'm finishing very
Finish
quick,
off,
Jen.
really
I'm
fast.
sorry.
I'm kidding.
My point was $40 is essentially doubling that position, and the risk is that I would gain 4,000 and I would be risking 2,000. So if it went to 0, then I risked 2,000. That was my risk going in, and my reward on exit would be 40. And as soon as it hit 40, I would be either taking full profit or trimming, or I would be cutting my position in half to get my original gains back, so that my losses are severely, you know, limited. And that's what I do with every trade. It's taken me a decade to get to the point where I do it like that. It takes a long time to learn that discipline. And that's what I was trying to get to. But you need to learn the discipline, and you need to go into every trade knowing your entry and your exit points. Because if you do that, you're going to protect yourself in the long run.
That is some very good advice.
Good point.
Thank you, Jay Brent.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I'll step down. So.
Oh no, we lost. We lost the guy with his hand up.
No. Okay.
Way to go, Jay
But I will
Brat.
step down. So I want to make some dinner.
We just had Bridget up here too, who's in line.
Step back, so I'll still listen in, but I'll make some dinner.
Thanks for coming,
You guys have a
Justin.
good night. Hey, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry that went longer, but I feel that was important. But I
That's
hope
what she said.
I get the feeling that they probably got, you know, kicked out of the channel because it's, you know, it happens. Stupid Twitter.
It's Titter now. It's Titter. Twitter.
I see Tara.
Not until the alleged
I
hostile takeover.
We love you, girl.
What's up, Tara Bull?
Tara's still listed as a listener.
Let me make sure it's actually her and not a fake account. Yeah, it's her.
Probably just relaxing and chilling out. So
You always got to check and make sure it's actually her because there's so many posers out there.
I know. There's so
it's like
many.
1,000 Tara Bowls, like fake accounts. You do got to be careful.
I feel like I'm reporting
It's a herd.
an account like every other day or every other week.
I had to open a ranch to herd up all the terribles.
Where's Hank? I feel like Hank would be better. Hank.
Everyone wants to be Tara.
Hi, guys. It's Tara. What's up, girl? Hey. How's it going? How are you guys? Missed you and I missed your voice. Oh my gosh, how are you?
I'm
good. Just in the car.
agree. It's good to hear your voice.
Hi, Rhonda. Yeah, it's so good to hear you guys too. I miss you guys. It's been way too long.
I didn't want to talk to Tara because she was in Texas and didn't let me know. So we're not friends anymore.
Don't listen to Hank.
Does that mean she went through New Mexico to get there, or did she fly?
She was driving, is what she was saying on Twitter the other day.
No excuses.
Sounds like somebody might have went through New Mexico and didn't tell me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's around my neck of the woods and didn't tell me.
I mean, I'm not.
I did. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Spin.
I'm not a fan of booting people, but I mean, if you boot someone today, PJ, go free. If you boot someone, don't boot me. Is all I'm saying.
Well, Hank, you're definitely going to get your ass booted first for Tara, so are you serious?
No, I'm just kidding. Hey, freaking, I gotta say though, like you freaking blew up my phone because Zach even tweeted on the thing, which I thought was funny.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to like the nicest beach possible as soon as possible. So I'm literally like beelining straight across the United States. I mean, we have beaches in California, but they're nothing like Southern Florida, you know? It's just not the same.
Are you on the Miami side or the other side?
What'd you say, PJ?
Are you on the Gulf side or the Atlantic?
The Gulf side right now, but I'm heading to the Atlantic side where the water is beautiful. I mean, no offense to the Gulf side. It's beautiful here too, but it's sort of more similar to California.
I bet you're like 10 minutes away from me.
Sorry, PJ, I didn't mean to talk over.
Oh, no, that's okay.
PJ, are you in Florida?
I'm in Southwest Florida. Yes, I am.
Why did I think you were in Jersey?
Probably because of my accent, and that's New York.
Yes, that would be why.
Tara,
oh my gosh. You guys have to meet up. How close to the water? PJ, are you pretty close to the beach? You should DM me.
Yeah, I'm going to DM you now.
Hey, come to Michigan.
I'm chopped liver.
There's probably going to be a slumber party and some like s'mores and stuff.
Because I close my hall. I said, fuck them.
I'm going to jump in my hot air balloon and fly over there.
Yes.
Or a beach party. Wow, the hot air balloon. That's a nice reference to New Mexico's annual balloon regatta.
Albuquerque Balloon Festival, man. It's amazing.
Dude, the first time I had a hot air balloon was actually a year ago in Sonoma Valley in California. It was like the best thing ever.
Tara, did you see the garbage AMC token coin thing going around?
Yeah, I YOLO'd all in and then found out it's a scam. I had no idea. No one told me. Just like sold all my AMC shares, YOLO'd into AMC token. It's probably going to be like the Squid Game token and just like completely tank tomorrow. I have no idea what's going to happen. No, I'm just playing. Don't buy that thing, you guys. I don't know what that is. I almost tweeted like, oh, I just went all in on AMC token. Then I was like, maybe I shouldn't do that because what if people think like, oh yeah, that's a great idea and do it? So I didn't. I got to be like responsible for the things I say. Sorry, go ahead, Jay Brett.
Yeah, I was only going to add, if I were going to do something like that, I would make it very, very, very obvious I was being sarcastic.
It still doesn't work.
I was still too worried. I was still too afraid to do it. Like I typed it out several times in like different ways, and still I was like, if one person even buys it, I would feel so horrible based on something I said. Like I would just feel like such a jerk. So
I just didn't do it.
One of the other rooms is like full on like deep diving, like trying to reverse engineer like their crypto wallet and all this other stuff. It's just interesting. They're like super. I don't know. I think you spent a lot of time on it. I'm like, well, at this point, we know it's fraud. I don't know what else we can answer by getting it. But I think apparently the other scary thing about it is AMC doesn't really have anything to go after because I think the name of the token on the exchange is called the Ape Movement Community or something like that. So there's no
it's like
copyright infringement thing. So they're smart in that regard. So it's going to be a lot harder to kind of like full on like do this. But I think everyone's quick on the thing of saying, hey, this is fake. Don't or not. It's a real coin, but it's not. There's no money going to be tied to it. You're going to just throw your money at it. So it's more of a.
It's shady because didn't Yahoo Finance like put up a whole article about it?
And there's no attachment to the ape community from what I've seen because they didn't even know what LMNOP really was. Like they posted.
They did it to try and seem like.
Guys, have you heard of WXYZ?
They literally tweeted. You know, whoever did that, you know, who wrote the Yahoo article? Let me look that up real quick.
Yeah, that's the only thing that would be something to try and have them like retract it or to do it because I mean they're kind of it's borderline promoting the coin, I guess you would say, or token.
Yeah, I would say if they don't have a registered trademark, then AMC does have a like grounds to go after them because you know if they have not gone after any sort of registered trademark or official like filings, AMC does have those things, and if it's even remotely close, it's enough grounds for them to take some sort of action. So yeah, I think they do have grounds because I think that this, you know, crypto coin scam, AMC token, whatever bullshit it's called, is close enough in name that would probably hold in a court.
There's no author on the article in the Yahoo release, and they actually provide the media contacts for AMC token, but they don't take any credit or any responsibility for who wrote and actually published this article.
That's crazy.
Although it's coming from there's a global newswire. So if you click that and go, you're never going to find the true publisher of this. So who paid Yahoo to put this bullshit out, man? And it says the apes movement.
Hi, Sarah.
Is that Anya? It's Anya, yeah.
Yeah, my dad's outside.
Oh, she wants to go outside. It's warm here in Michigan. It's like 65 degrees.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go outside, but she wants
I have a big house.
You have a big house?
Yeah.
Anya, are you gonna draw a picture with the chalk? Are you gonna draw a picture with chalk with mommy?
Yeah.
And say what is mama and what are we gonna write on that chalk with the chalk? AMC.
AMC moon.
You gotta say AMC the baby.
AMC blue baby.
Say AMC the blue baby. Yeah.
I got people now, Amy.
Yeah, those are the Yorkies growling in the background.
Man.
Yeah,
thank you, Anya. I miss your voice.
Yeah, my dad's outside.
I'm making him set up the poses and stuff because I'm in here and he has to set up poses.
My teeth Bubba's so cute.
Yeah, they're cute Yorkies, Anya.
Yeah, I have two teeth I like.
Anya, what's your favorite color?
What's your favorite color?
I love purple, yeah. Yeah.
Purple? Okay, I'm gonna do purple hearts. Can you see the purple hearts?
You see Tara's purple hearts, Anya?
I see purple hearts.
Those are for you.
For you. Yeah.
See the moon?
And see the moon, baby.
Yeah.
Another heart.
Yes, yellow.
Red. Tara's purple.
I
Jason's
like
red.
I'm not yellow. I like
purple. Sorry, guys.
She's so cute. Anya, you're my hero. I'm still your biggest fan, Anya.
You still are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knows. I tell her all the time.
Fight so hard.
Okay, now she's being silly. All right, I'm gonna turn my mic off. Okay.
Oh, that is so sweet. Her voice, oh my goodness.
I know, right?
You can just tell how much she's grown up over the past 8 months of all of us
crazy.
being together in her voice, Jen. It's crazy.
It's true, right?
She knows like her alphabet now. It's crazy. She like screws up with a couple letters. It's funny, but like, no, wow, she's gonna be in preschool here.
Yeah, she doesn't do ABC. She does AMC.
I know, right? She's gonna like go in first day of preschool, AMC of the moon.
The
We're
teacher.
gonna teach her HYMC to the moon now. That's the next one.
I am. I'm trying, and I got her to say now AMC the moon, baby. It's fun.
PJ's
So
PJ's
cute.
a school teacher.
They're
She's
amazing.
trying to be like, there's the letter B in between. Nope, AMC. That's it.
And by the way, everybody thinks they're ABCs. I don't care how young or old you are.
Better be careful. She's gonna start saying something's jacked, and then you're gonna be like, "Oh no, don't say that."
She actually, I do swear a lot, but she doesn't really. I mean,
Just wait. Just wait.
yeah, I know.
I had a kid
Thank you,
today.
no.
She's she's
I love
second
you.
grade. She talks like this, and she's so cute. And she kept on mispronouncing a name, and then finally she goes, "And Darren." And I said, "No, the name is Dario." And she goes, "I don't understand why the fuck I keep on getting it wrong."
Oh,
I mean, at least they use it in the correct.
I thought he was going to punch me in the balls. I'm like, what did you just say?
I mean,
Oh
at least it was used in the correct context, right? So, I mean,
Yeah, right.
I don't know how you didn't fall out of your
Sentence
chair,
structure.
PJ. How did you keep that under control? Because I'd have fell out laughing.
Oh, I nearly, you know, I was so in shock. You know, when you get to be this, you know, teacher after a long time, you just kind of like roll your eyes, like you've heard it all, you know. But this one in particular really shocked me because she's so adorbs. You would never think she had a potty mouth, and she's 7.
You know, I think they all go through those stages. I mean, I know I did. My parents didn't really swear much, and I went through like a swearing stage, like in 5th and 6th grade and stuff. I don't know. All kids are different.
I learned to swear when I was 2.
My dad, okay. Before, I never heard him say a curse.
Oh,
in my
and by
life.
the way, Miss Harris is tired of everybody's cuss words in this call today. She's in here and she's watching. Okay. She was big shout out to her. She was really kicking it on my YouTube chat today. I really appreciate that too. So
Diva is in here. No disrespect, girl. Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Diva,
Sid,
hey.
I just want to say something about Global Newswire. It says that it's owned by NASDAQ.
well, I don't know who wrote that article and told Yahoo to publish it. But it's completely fraudulent. There's nobody in the ape community that has been talking about starting an AMC crypto ourselves for the most part with any type of like real energy. We all know AMC's coming out with their own crypto, or as at least Adam Aarons talked about it. So I'm going to deep dive this. I think Trey made a video, but I'm going to deep dive it and find out who exactly wrote that freaking article.
Yeah, somebody needs to be held accountable for that.
It was probably Amy.
Damn, Amy. Amy and the Shills.
Bump,
Yeah, you should
bump,
make a song about that.
bump.
all I gotta say,
Amy and the Shills.
all I
Amy
gotta say
and
is
the
though,
shit.
now that when the last happens, because
Shit.
Tara didn't stop by to see Spence and I, I'm gonna use all my last money to create Only Dads and to buy an OnlyFans just to spend her account. Yep.
Only dads.
Yep. Only Dad's gonna run Tara out of business.
Oh shit.
Hey, the UTAA rumors, is that true? What's up with that?
I hope so.
Which one's UTAA? What was that robot, Tara?
Tara, you were breaking up. Come back.
I shared her connection.
Oh no, we're losing her.
She didn't connect her connection to propane like I told her to.
I do want to point out, though, that I'm pretty sure I was right about where Tara was driving yesterday, in that it was in North Texas because of where her destination is and where she started out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm calling that one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you were like 100% spot on. Like, it was actually sort of scary.
Well,
Tara, watch.
I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Tara, and I thought I was kind of hoping that you were still going to be in Texas later, like, and in DFW like next week, because I fly to Dallas tomorrow. And I was like, oh, we could go grab lunch or something at like Fuzzy's Tacos.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll come back just for tacos with Jay Brett next week.
You know, I did get caught off by this lady in like this mid-size sedan yesterday on I-40 or I-25. No, 40.
It was me.
Did you drive through Albuquerque?
Did she flip you off? Did she flip you off?
Yeah, she cut me off, almost killed me, flipped me off. Had this wonky ass AMC token bumper sticker on her car.
Yeah, it was me. It was me. Yeah, ever since I went all in, I had to put bumper stickers on my car. You know, I'm trying to hype it up. Gotta pump it. Just kidding. Don't buy that token, you guys. It's jokes.
Yeah, if we say that too much, David's spies in here will host another space call and say that we're not talking about it.
Oh my! There will be recordings of me saying to buy it.
Amy will chop and paste it.
It's shady that they don't have the author of the article listed. That is so shady.
I mean, the name of the token alone was shady. Like that's really all you needed was the fact that there was this random token created that was not created and announced by AMC Theaters.
Yeah, dude, it's like totally sus.
That's the first and biggest red flag that should have made people go, maybe I should stay the F away from this and go in a completely different direction.
And it came out so quick, and they have 10,000 followers, but everybody's saying it's a bunch of bots.
Yeah, 10,000 followers? Yeah, no, it's definitely suspicious.
You can even see like who it's following. They're probably following one of the things, to be honest. Plus, it's based out of Miami, which 90% of when I work in fraud, anytime it's North Miami, I'm like, crap, this fraud.
Well, Adam Aaron had said or responded to someone's emails, and I can't recall who was saying it on the space calls, that we weren't even allowed to make the stickers. Remember the stickers you were talking about, Spence? That we couldn't reproduce those in any format that even looked like AMC logo.
Stickers
So,
I was talking about.
oh, stickers.
Yeah, he was really clear to me with me in emails too about using the AMC logo. That has to be that not anyone can just use the logo. Right. It has to be like approved. So yeah, I mean that's pretty close.
It's close enough in my opinion. Like I've seen it, the naming alone and the association seems to be close enough that I'm sure that their lawyers could really get them in trouble as soon as they figure out who it is that started it, which they created it on a blockchain. I don't know if they created it on ETH or not, but if they created it on ETH, it's super trackable. And the stuff that people are doing already to dive into it, I think they'll probably find out who's responsible pretty quickly. Or at least the wallet responsible, right?
Yahoo Finance doesn't even have the article on their own Twitter page because they knew they were going to get blown out of the water. They know what they're doing. This is a scam. It smells like Gasparino all freaking over it.
Yes. I have a question. Did you guys hear, and this is very tinfoil hat, but I just heard today that Brazil is now doing, putting regulations in place on Bitcoin and crypto. Did you guys hear that?
No, I have not. Spence.
I haven't. I'm going to research it tonight, though, after I eat dinner for sure.
I was just going to say, what if, and like I said, this is like super tinfoil hat, but what if they are purposely doing something like this to like kind of get our attention, to almost get the apes or because they know how big of a community this really is, to sort of like push for regulation because of a scam token like this, like to almost get us all on board with regulating crypto in a weird way. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about,
Well, I can tell you right now, I'm pretty confident Gasparino doesn't have the technical knowledge to mint a coin. If he was involved, he had somebody hired. But I'm not going to make that conjecture. I don't know who is behind it, but
Yeah, the Brazilian thing is called the Bitcoin law. There's some news articles on it that have been posted as soon as like early as 9 hours ago is what I can find. I didn't read anything yet, but there's stuff out there about it.
Yep.
Investope had like a thing on there back in February 23rd. It's been on the books.
I'm having a hard time hearing Hank. Can you guys hear him?
I think he's outside with his kids.
Yeah, I'm outside over at their cheer practice. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
It's all right. I just couldn't hear you. I don't know if maybe it was your headphones, if you're on headphones or something.
Hey guys, I gotta run. I want you all to have a great night. Hugs and kisses. Tara, safe travels. Thank you, Spence and Jen and Swing and Hank and Jay Brett and Rhonda. It was great hearing your voice, and everybody else. Have a great night, y'all.
You too, PJ. Bye.
Later,
Oh, and PJ, I'm up north. I'm up north from you, like Destin area.
Oh, okay.
So where the water's not as beautiful as where you are, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm a little further south. Mwah. Love you guys.
Bye, PJ.
Bye.
Have a good night, PJ.
You.
Tara, you're where my sister is. Just wave as you go by.
You ready? It's gonna get loud. Just playing. It's exciting to be back on Spaces. I haven't been on for, with you guys, I haven't been on for a long time. It feels like, I don't even know how long it's been, but it feels like it's been forever.
It's been a little bit.
Well, we miss you. So, but I totally understand taking a break because mental health is super important. There's times when I'm just like, okay, just break your phone. And I'm like, but I can't,
I was supposed to be in the Gulf 2 months ago.
Wait, what? Spencer supposed to what?
I was leaving for the Gulf. The same time I found that property I decided to buy, I was on my way to a vacation, and then that all happened. So I was really looking forward to some shrimps, which I was hoping. I DM'd Adam Aaron. I said, I think it's time for AMC to buy a fleet of shrimping boats.
Some I don't know, Gump or something, shrimp.
AMC.
Wait, do you have a Costco membership? I don't know. Do either of you guys have a Costco membership?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we do.
I've been banned from Costco.
Oh, no. I'm about to be. I eat way too many samples when I'm in there. I try to put on different disguises, like hats and sweaters and glasses, and keep going, but they're starting to catch on. So I'm definitely gonna get banned off my mom's Costco membership soon. But while I still have it, they have this Argentine shrimp. It's in the frozen section, and it tastes like little lobster. It is to die for. It's amazing. If you have that with real Irish butter and garlic, oh my gosh, so good.
That actually sounds really good right now. Yummy.
You lost me,
so good.
sister, but I like shrimp.
Shrimp live?
Well, it's technically shrimp, so I think you would like it. Maybe.
I mean, I probably will because it's shrimp as long as it's prepared right. I'm just not a fan of lobster at all, though.
Yeah, just don't overcook it. It's super quick, 2 minutes and it's done.
We just got word of who wrote the Yahoo article. I don't know if they want me to say. I got it from somebody in the call, and if they want, they can come up and talk about it. I didn't want to just name the person if they wanted to stay anonymous, but they're saying it's Emily Rhea, Rella, Rella, or Rhea. I think it's Rhea. She, from what I'm finding, let me type Yahoo behind this. Man, I'm so hungry. You guys talking about lobster and shit.
My bad.
Yeah, Emily
You brought it up.
Bro, I'm so hungry for good seafood too, like so bad.
Nom nom nom.
You could make lobster tacos with those things. I'm just saying, like some avocado, some fresh like ceviche.
That sounds actually really good.
You should do a review video. Sis. You should get the red Argentine shrimp from Costco and do a review video like you did for the nuggets.
I will. I got the neighbor girl tickets to Dumbledore for her kids, so she's got a Costco membership, and I can't go in. I'll just ask her to grab it for me.
Yes, get it.
Where's the Impossible Lobster?
Impossible lobster.
I'm joking. It's called artificial crab meat.
Oh yeah, that's right.
If I find out it's made out of like tofu or something, I'm gonna cry.
As long as it tastes good, whatever.
Imitation crab.
That's what she said.
I actually like imitation crab a lot.
It's
So do
good.
I.
It's good. It is good, guys. I have some in my
Elohim,
fridge right now.
you want to speak on it, man?
Yo, what's up, man? What's going on? What's up, y'all? Tyra.
Elohim, how are you?
I'm good. What's up, Jen? Yeah, so the person that wrote the article was Emily Rella. I seen it earlier in the day. Now I don't know if they might have took the name off, but I just seen the recent article of it, and I don't see her name on there. But
Probably has to be taken off because she knew she was going to get blown apart by the community.
And then I went to her page. She has a Twitter page.
What's her Twitter? What's her at?
Let me see. Hold on.
I'm going straight to LinkedIn.
Her ad is Emily K, like the letter K, Rella. She got Machine Gun Rella as her, I guess, title name.
If I pull her up on LinkedIn and it says former Citadel, we're gonna have another incident with what was the girl from Wedbush?
Her account's private now. But now her tweets are protected now.
It says she went to Boston College.
Like her page wasn't private earlier.
You know, if you're an up and coming writer, reporter, you shouldn't be writing articles like this against an ape community with 40 million people that are going to blow it apart factually.
Probably going to ruin your credibility.
And let's just say this is all theoretical right now. We don't want to put her on this because we don't know 100% for sure what's going on. But when we find out, let's see. Experience, news, features writer, entrepreneur media, Verizon media, entertainment editor at AOL, social editor, AOL finance, social media strategist, content writer. For
She has her own website.
Hold on, guys. Intern, Cosmopolitan, Hearst magazine. So Hearst owns a ton of media around the country. Boston College. So I'm guessing she just got a job with Yahoo or wrote something that Yahoo liked. I don't see any real connections too much to anybody, but.
Well, you know, she could be young and she could be just out of college. So just be mindful of that and unaware. So I kind of remember being in shoes like that before. So.
Thanks for coming up, Tara. I hope you enjoy your vacation. Oh, maybe she just got booted. Elohim, thanks for that though, man. That's good to know for sure because I wanted a source, you know.
Yeah, it was out there earlier. I hope they didn't take the name off, or she requested the name off. Her page was public. I was able to see her, her previous, tweets and stuff like that, and now that shit is private.
Well, and somebody might have called her.
I just sent her a DM really quick and just said, I was curious what the validity is of the AMC token you reported on. And I said it has been brought to my attention it may be a scam token. So we'll see if she responds. Doing or she's just reporting on something that is not fully aware of, you know.
We're losing you, Tara. Somebody might have called her to pay her to write this article, and she has no clue.
I think you might be right. And sometimes that happens, you know, with younger freelancers or journalists, you know, they're trying to make it in. So something to, you know, think about.
You there, Tara?
Just
lost her, yeah. She must be going through an area.
Yeah.
That's okay. Anyways, I'm starving. I am.
Eat those tacos, baby.
Lobster talk fucking killed me, man. Excuse my language. I'm so hungry right now.
Joey's trying to come up.
Let's let Joey close it out. I have to go eat. I'm gonna die.
I think it's a good idea. Joey is connecting. Let's go. Hey, Joey.
My phone died in like 5 seconds. These stinking calls. Tell ya. Yeah. What's going on? I just heard you, Spence. You're about to leave, aren't you?
Yeah, Tara came up. She's on her road trip, so she's had a little signal issue. And Elohim brought up that Emily Rhea wrote the Yahoo article. We're trying to get in touch with her to figure out what's going on with that, because it's just, that article is just not the writing per se, but the news is a dumpster fire of fraud. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is the verbiage they use, like apes and things like that, when it's not applicable to the article itself. It's fascinating. Seems intentional. It could be an honest mistake, but if it was, you think that would be removed, right?
Yep.
Right.
Seems fishy to me. So I tagged Yahoo Finance. Yahoo does not have it posted on their Twitter, only their website. So that's shady. They know they don't want to get blown apart on Twitter. And then they removed the author of the article, according to Elohim, which is Emily Rella, who, looking at her LinkedIn, I'm thinking probably somebody contacted her to write this article. I don't think she came out on her own and was like, I'm going to write this. So I want to find out who, if what, was contracted for this, why, and get to the bottom of it. I'm sure there's people out there already blowing this apart with DD, but.
Well, one thing is, I tried to hop on the link to the white paper, and it said that the host name couldn't be found. So that already is suspicious as fuck. Like, there's no way to get to a quote-unquote white paper.
Ooh.
Dude, that is so beyond sus with a token. Like, if there's no white paper, there is no investment on my part, period,
100%.
in the story.
You know what? I'm going to tag Unusuals in this and see what they say.
It seems like every YouTuber in the community covered that today or yesterday. I don't think that the problem is this is like the community that's in tune with the day to day. It's the average retail investor. Like, the average retail investor is not the 110 people on this call. It's just not. 4.1 million people at AMC. What they estimate GME to be. Like, it's fascinating to me, the intent there. And I talk a lot about price fixing and after pinning and after hours manipulation, because I think that, the average retail investor wakes up in the day and looks at a trend. There's this dumb money theatrics that people play on. We buy at the top and we sell at the bottom. And so if a stock is heavy green pre-market, a lot of people are going to pile in at open. And the average retail investor, I do a lot of trading pre-market and after hours, but the average retail investor does not have the ability to trade outside of trading hours, right? Like, they can't trade in aftermarket, after hours, and pre-market. And so they see those trends, and it's just like a glance, tip of the hat. And if it's rolling green and pre-market, a lot of people might pile in at open. And so, like, this after hours manipulation of just like one
0.5 to 3% after hours. It doesn't feel like much, but when things open up red, the average retail investor is going to believe that that's going to trend that way. And so this is something that's not being talked about. And that all has to do with, it's all tied into price fixing and the derivatives and how they manipulate it and pin it to the price they want. So, trends matter whether we like it or not. And no one's paying attention to that. So I think we should pay more attention to that. But that's just not to change the subject.
No, absolutely. That's what I talk about in most of my YouTube mornings is you guys get, prepare yourselves. AMC specifically has had the majority of its mornings open down red and then pop up back into the positive green so many times. And it's specifically engineered to do exactly what you said, spook retail investors.
Oh, I swing trade, as you know, Spence. Mm-hmm. And so like today I swung Ader. Like I'm here to make money on Ader. I'm not a loyalist to Ader. So like morning wash is a really good way to make a quick buck. And Spence, you slid into my DMs. Sorry on the quick selling it too early, man. I saw 10% gains in 5 minutes and was like, fuck it, I'm out.
Right. No,
but,
that's
I didn't study the charts. I didn't know exactly where like the levels of support resistance were. So I'm like, hey, I see 10%, I'm out. But
you took profit though.
10% in 7 minutes. But like makes trading and a mistake I see with retail so much is they spread themselves too thin. I concentrate on 3 to 6 at any given time. I trade both sides of SPY and options. Sometimes IWM, that's harder, but more rewarding in games. So, give and take there. And then I have like 3 to 4 stocks. Obviously, buy and hold AMC. I sometimes play calls on it. And then like I have 3 to 4 that I'm swinging. And that's too much, almost too much bandwidth in itself, right? Like you have to study those things. So unless you're like just buying and holding for 10 years, like, yeah, it's tough.
Totally agree. And on that, I officially have to go eat, or I'm going to get grumpy and start making mean tweets. I appreciate everybody coming in, man. Joey, Jay Brett, Jen, thanks for hosting. PJ, Swing, thanks for coming in. You guys, Elohim, definitely thank you for the info you threw us, man. Guys, go to the movies. Tweet your movie. Talk about it. Hype it. Buy the popcorn. It's a perfect weekend for going to the movies, taking the kids. 3-day weekend. Unwind from the market craziness. And let's just blow this up. I'm going to see Secrets of Dumbledore tomorrow at AMC Classic 12 in Albuquerque.
Let's go, baby. AMC the moon. To the moon. Go watch movies too while you're at it. Love you guys. Thank you so much for having me co-host Spence, and I'm so proud to be part of this movement. Love you guys. Let's fucking go!
Right
to
on.
the moon!
Good luck tomorrow, everybody, too. Absolutely good luck tomorrow. All right. Peace out, guys.
Peace out and good night.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming to the space call, coming on YouTube. Thank you for the likes. Miss Harris, thank you so much for the nice, awesome comments. TF Hatter, always in the chat. You guys rock. Good luck tomorrow. It's going to be a busy day. I recommend being within range of your investment with HYMC. Do not be scared to take your profits. Not financial advice. You don't have to sell everything at once. You can sell in fractions. If you see a $3 run selling 10% and taking a paycheck, that's not a bad option. That's not a bad play. I personally, if I see $4, I'm selling 20%, taking a profit, and then letting the rest ride to see where we go, because I think we're personally, my investment strategy, we are very stable above $2 a share. My cost average is lower than that. So make sure you guys do what's good for you. I'm going to look further into the Yahoo article I will not touch this AMC token. This is a scam. It has nothing to do with AMC. I have not heard anybody in the movement on any platform I'm on promote this or say they're part of it. I think there will be some big to do about it. Be careful out there. Don't get scammed. Hope you guys make money tomorrow. Go to the other calls. Go to Froggy Styles YouTube. Go to his Twitter call. Go to Ape Radio. Hang out. Relax. Have a fantastic night. I will see you in the morning.